Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of Beacon in the Dark Familiar Faces Edition, I suppose. But before we get into that, let's, as usual, have our players introduce themselves and their characters. This might be the shortest introduction I've ever done. Starting with the sort of birthday person. It's one day after their birthday by the time we're recording. Banorak. Banorak, could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
Yes, hello. Yes, yesterday was my birthday. I am now 26. And, yeah, a lot happened in the last episode. Moarg, our favorite ogre pirate dude, he almost died. He exploded. But, we reversed that, and now he's not exploded. But now he is fearful of the pants he was wearing. So, fun stuff.
Fun stuff indeed. Thank you very, very much, Banorak. And speaking of saving Moarg from exploding, I guess, Thompshire, would you please introduce yourself and your character?
As always, I'll be playing Benjamin Aaran, the traveling sorcerer, Bud Savior, and Party Pooper, I guess. And that's all I'll say this week.
Everyone pay close attention to onto Benjamin's little screen in the game. Thank you very, very much. Next, we would have DoomGoblin. Could you please introduce yourself and your character?
Alright. Yeah, I'm DoomGoblin. I play Captain Bladebeard, a pirate.
Yeah, very much so. Thank you very, very much, DoomGoblin. And next, we would have Zelris, whom I would ask to introduce herself as, I guess, who she was last time, if that makes sense. Could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Zelris, and I have been playing Mera, the Volpera pirate. Although for some of this episode, I will be playing as someone else.
Wink, wink, wink. But well, it's not really a spoiler if you've watched the last episode. But thank you very, very much still, Zelris. Now, viewers, I know you cannot see the game screen at the moment. That is for slight spoilery reasons. And we'll be doing the recap while you all are on this screen. Now, Banorak, last time, dear birthday boy, you were the one who were so kind as to read the recap and remind us of what happened last time. Now, as usual, I gave you the choice. Would you like to appoint someone to read the recap, or would you like to let the dice decide?
Yes, I am appointing someone. They, before we recorded, they, threatened me with information or with knowledge of Morg being unconscious. So now, they will be punished, accordingly.
Love it.
DoomGoblin, get right up and narrate this thing.
Alright, I guess rest in peace, Moarg.
DoomGoblin, would you like to do it live or in post?
Yeah, I'll do it live.
We are all ears.
Alright, the battle for Lepidus reaches its heights, both literally and figuratively. Down at the base of the mountain, Gurin, Captain Moarg's ogres, Linda Krim, or Cram, and 5 volunteers from the Good Fortune, Lemmy the Handed, Karen Copper, Rufus Crib,
Carib, doesn't matter.
Yeah, Fleezle, I don't know, the gnome.
Funny enough, Thompshire wrote his name as Flizzle, and that's what I've been going with. But later on, Thompshire wrote it as
It's,
Fizzle.
on my part, I think I fixed it at some point.
So, is it Fizzle or Flizzle?
It's Fizzle.
Okay.
Grand Pop is his nickname, and that's what we are going to call him. And Ale Claw, the drunkard. Yes, that's all of them. They held the line against the Naga, entrenching from the sea. Unfortunately, the enemy soon revealed that they had taken 2 hostages. Joseph, Benjamin Aaran's father, and Chef Clunk. The Naga announced that they were ready to execute them if our heroes did not comply with their mistress. Saj Jamajin demands. Saj Jamajim is the blind Naga. Lemmy soon delivered this news to the party and the companions that had joined them on the ascent. They were confronted by a projection of Sajajamajim, who expressed her disappointment that Lyri Embersorrow was not there. Nevertheless, she demanded that our heroes came to the mountain summit alone, or else the 2 hostages would be killed. She would teleport away, and the Naga would sink the docked horde ship. Left with little choice, our heroes complied.
Did DoomGoblin die?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just scrolling down because this is very long.
Okay.
Once at the summit, Sajamajim revealed her plan to have Mindbreakers take over our heroes. She had already done so with Petronimi.
Mm-hmm.
Petronimi, Kairigosa's bronze dragon friend, who was thus forced to battle our heroes. The ensuing confrontation was very difficult and took many turns. Our heroes managed to free Petronimi. Mera was taken over by one of the Mindbreakers and was forced to attack more. The Mindbreakers were eventually dispatched. However, in a fit of rage, our ogre hero stomped on Mera's unconscious body, killing her. Realizing his mistake, Morg used a Gentum's spare pajama pants to undo the event. Unfortunately, the random side effect of the artifact resulted in his spontaneous detonation and demise. Benjamin, seeing this, moved quickly to undo this last effect at the cost of his trousers and undergarments. Basically, Benjamin pooped himself. Petronimi, seeing the party so recklessly meddle with time, briefly came to blows with them before returning to focus on the bigger threat. Morg, further consumed with rage at Petronimi's actions, had to be knocked unconscious by Benjamin to prevent him from attacking the bronze dragon. Meanwhile, Captain Bladebeard called upon the aid of the volcano's native fire elemental, who unfortunately was quickly defeated. The dwarf then succeeded in approaching Sasha Jamaji and Sasha Majim and stabbed her with blood's passion. The blind sorceress turned even more erratic.
Maybe that's what Bladebeard wants. I don't know.
She turned what?
Erratic.
Okay, we're all 12. Carry on.
She turned even more. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Why can't I stop laughing? She began desperately searching for Lyri, even sending her magical messages. In the end, the Mindbreakers were killed, save one, who decided to flee. And Petronimi...
Come on, that was not even the sentence.
Petronimi delivered the final blow to the Naga sorceress, knocking her into the volcano's lava.
What the fuck?
As she fell to her death, the mad sorceress granted Benjamin a vision of a familiar figure. She granted. All right, I'll try again. The mad. No, shut up. The mad sorceress.
Stop, please, I'm gonna puke.
Basically, she gave Benjamin the vision of a familiar figure. That's the end. That's the end of the recap.
Yes, it is. Thank you very, very much, DoomGoblin. Go and take a breather, I guess. Thank you for reading it to us. So, as the erratic sorceress falls into the lava, being kicked into the lava by Petronimi, she will, with one hand, unveil her blindfold. She is missing an eye. The other eye looks milky white and stares right into Benjamin's eyes, granting him a vision for narrative context. Now, before we go into said vision, I have to admit to the viewers a big F-up that I did, a big fuck-up. It's entirely my fault. Basically, the item from the first boss that Mera looted, the little golden feather, it had a hidden magical effect. And I forgot about it. It should have been relevant in the last session, but I just forgot about it. Its effect is that if Mera is in danger of dying, she's instead going to be teleported to safety. Obviously, that did not happen because I forgot about it in the heat of the moment. Just before this session, I asked Zelris, would you like to keep the old effect and we'll come up with like a bullshit explanation why it didn't happen? Or should I come up with a new effect? I already have the new effect in mind. But yeah, and Zelris chose that we should go with the old effect. That's your final decision, right, Zelris?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that is my fuck up. Sorry about that. Probably the explanation why it didn't happen is because of the whole timey-wimey bullshit. I don't know, it interfered with the timeline or something like that. Either way, as the Saja Majin looks into Benjamin's eyes, partly motivated by her own frantic search and partly motivated by Benjamin's thoughts, Benjamin will receive a vision of an old companion, Sin Lyri Embersorrow. So basically, the first part of today's session will be a... narration is not the right term, but basically me and Zelris are going to go through what Lyri's been up to while she has been away from the party. We've been keeping track of what Lyri's been doing, and I've also discussed with Zelris about, hey, this is what we're going to talk about today, etc., etc. I don't know how long this will take. I'll try to breeze through it so that we don't spend 5 episodes on this or whatever else. But either way, I mentioned this to the players before, but once again, don't treat this as a Teeironor and Zelris show. This is happening again because Benjamin Aaran is seeing all of these events. So at any point, either you, Thompshire, or any other player can ask, hey, what's that thing in the distance? Or maybe you can even ask Zelris, hey, what are Lyri's thoughts about this particular thing that's happening in that particular scene? So it maybe isn't just me asking Zelris questions. Is that all right with everyone? Okay, so Zelris, shall we begin?
Yep.
Dear viewers, please excuse the usernames looking a little bit weird in the Discord React section. That is entirely Discord's fault. It's a buggy piece of crap. Either way. Last we left off, Lyri had just been rescued, abducted, I'm not sure what the right term is, by one Oscuri, leader of the Sun Fury Blood Elves of Netherstorm. She was then teleported with Oscuri back to Netherstorm using Oscuri's Hearthstone, and they have just arrived back on this chaotic plane. I guess since we're seeing this from like Lyri's perspective, first things first will obviously be the like absurd influx of just pure magic that's everywhere around you. Benjamin, you might feel a little odd because Lyri's a person that's more attuned to magic than you are. But either way, as Oscuri and Lyri come to, they will be greeted by a particular dour white-haired blood elf, one Faultian, that all of you have met before. And Faultian, with his arms crossed, will glare at Lyri and Oscuri, and he will say, well, I hope you're happy. That's one more extra mouth to feed. And Oscuri, gasping for breath, will say, cut it, Faultian, I'm not in the mood. Lyri, the first thing she will see will be the general environment of Netherstorm, not the Mana Forge. The Mana Forge is actually nowhere to be seen, but all around her are the Sun Fury Blood Elves, a lot of them looking quite worse for wear. I think Lyri can assume quite quickly that something must have happened. Zelris, how would you like... obviously I have like a little pre-made, so to say, scene in mind that will play out without Lyri necessarily being involved. But do let me know if you'd like to do...
Interject.
Yeah, interject. That's a very good word. Yeah, if you'd like to interject.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm following the kind of thing you sent me, so...
Okay. So, as Oscuri gets up, Faultian will ask, so, what's the plan now, mistress? I've had enough of your all attitude, Faultian, says Oscuri. My apologies, says Faultian. It wasn't exactly my fault that, a bunch of strangers from Azeroth caused us to lose our base and to be attacked by nether dragons. Faultian, I'm really not in the mood. So, dear mistress, should we rejoin the Fell Masters? Should we seek out help from the demons? What other options do we have, eh? This is still Faultian speaking. And I think as this conversation is happening, maybe Lyri might take a look around. The Netherstorm looks more or less as you guys left it, but in the distance anyone who sees through Lyri's eyes currently would see just scenes of conflict going on. Far in the distance that you may see, say, nether dragons attacking a fell reaver, or you may see demons battling it out with ethereals, or ethereals battling it out with the forces of Xal'atath City. The Netherstorm, since you guys have left it, has become an all-out war zone, and the Sun Fury are very much the underdogs. And when Faultian proposes that that the Sun Fury rejoin the demons, Oscuri would say, they would kill us for our failures, Faultian. We're better off on our own. Are we? Says Faultian. We still haven't found Tashik. I'm sure Tashik would be able to secure, and Oscuri would say, Faultian, I'll remind you, our loyalty is first and foremost to the Sun King, and second to Quel'Thalas, not to demons. And Faultian would say, I thought you cared about keeping your word, loyalty and honor and all that. Your paramour certainly did. Oscuri would seem almost ready to strike, almost reaching for her weapon. I think, again, Zelris, feel free to interject at any point. I think Dracius, of all people, the scout on the right, would say, perhaps it would be time for a different approach. Maybe we should perhaps seek to rejoin our kindred, and at the same time, both Oscuri and Faultian would say no, like simultaneously. Oscuri would say,
Lyri will interject right there.
"Hmm?
Our time on this world has come to a conclusion. Look around you. Is this really where you want to, is this really what you want to sacrifice everything for? This wasteland?
Oscuri would say, we still have our divine mission from the king, Lyri. We still need to find a replacement for the Sunwell." And Faultian would say to Dracia specifically, more or less ignoring Lyri, "Our kin are traitors to the true king. We have nothing in common with them."
Is it right that Cinder Ice spill blood for a land that bears no fruits? Oscuri, you were in Azeroth. Surely you felt the radiant and pure glow of the Sunwell.
Zelris, I think that happens later.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think that happens later.
Oh, yeah, it happens. Wait. Yeah, it happens when they're alone, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Womp womp. Turn back the clock. Cut this out in editing.
Yeah, sure.
Wait, so what was the last thing I said for the Sunwell?
That it's wrong for like blood oaths to like.
Yeah, for them to die for a land that bears no fruits. Cut it right there.
And Faultian would say, "The fruits are all around you, foolish girl," and he'd like point at the chaotic magics nearby that are pretty much overflowing nearby. All we need to do is harness them. And Oscuri would sigh, and I think this might be a good opportunity, Zelris, to move on to the next scene, because I think Dracius would hold up a hand and say, "Everyone hide," and you will all hear the sound of wings flying somewhere nearby. And Zelris, if you agree, I think all the Blood Elves would go and hide as much as possible to avoid a swooping Nether Dragon from finding them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the Sun Fury are very much not in good shape. And were you going to say something, Thompshire?
No.
Okay. And I think, Zelris, this is more or less the point where the thing we cut out is going to happen. As after the dragon passes and all the Sun Fury have like some time to collect themselves and go back to like their routine tasks. Maybe this is the time where Lyri and Oscuri might have a private conversation.
Yeah, I forgot that it was just between those two.
My bad for not clarifying it. And I think this private conversation will happen sort of like at the edge of camp, to like be out of earshot, at least for a little. So after Lyri drags Oscuri there, do you want to like go in character, or would you like me to sum it up, Zelris?
I'll just say what Lyri says or something, and then we can just, narrate it from that point onwards.
Sure.
Lyri talks to her about how the Sunwell is, radiant and pure. It's burning. It's the thing that exists, and it's our destiny to return to Xal'atath and protect the people and home we still have. And you must have felt it because you were on Azeroth, so you have no excuse. Etc. Etc. Etc.
Oscuri would probably say that she was a bit too distracted in the like 10 seconds she was on Azeroth with like rescuing Lyri to notice. But she would still be very, very shocked by this information. And she would say that we all thought the Sunwell was gone. And she'd probably ask Lyri, like, how did it come back? I don't know if Lyri would know that on that note.
I don't think if anyone knows that. Like, do people know that it was like something with the Naru? I think that might be classified information.
I don't know. I
don't think anyone refers to it, do they? Apart from Leotran.
They don't refer to it, but I don't think it's classified just because like the Blood Knights, like before Cataclysm, when in Cataclysm they changed all their dialogues, but before that they all had the lines of like, yeah, siphoning power from the Naru is awesome. But after Cataclysm, when they changed their lines, the Blood Knights have lines of, yeah, now we gotta devote ourselves to the light to pay for our sins and all that. So maybe they know a little.
I don't think Larry knows.
Sure. Either way, it wouldn't super matter too much, because Ascuri would say that she agrees that if the sun rolls back, it might be best to return to Azeroth, but she just cannot abandon her comrades. She cannot abandon the Sun Fury. And if Lyri would say, well, I'm sure Faultian wouldn't come with us, or whatever she might say, I think Ascuri would say, I especially cannot abandon Faultian. And she would add, your father, for instance, had a philosophy of never letting anyone behind, no matter who they were. And she would... Go ahead, Zelris.
Huh?
If you're going to say something, sorry.
Nope.
And Ascuri would say, just give me some time to think, alright? And she would say, after a couple seconds of silence, don't say anything, keep looking at me and act casual. We're being watched.
No. Well, Lyri will, I guess, do as she's told.
And Ascuri would say, there's 4 of them. Small. Imps, maybe? They're closing in on us. I can hear their footsteps, but I can't see them. Can you feel anything?
Not particularly. But as soon as they make the move, we'll dispatch them.
And above board, this would be the first instance of demonic assassins attacking Lyri, as Lyri is still the target of a assassination contract by one Ogre Golgamash. This time, it will be a collection of 4 imps with invisibility powers. They will be easily dispatched by Lyri and Ascuri. But it's very, very clear that since Outland's connection to the Twisting Nether is very direct, unlike Azeroth, like the barriers that separate Outland from the Twisting Nether almost don't exist. Basically, Lyri would realize that demon assassins will show up more often and in increasingly higher of a danger rating, for lack of a better term. And I was wondering, Zelris, because we did not establish this during our discussions, would Lyri tell the Sun Fury about the assassins, or would she just try to hide it off to oh, random demons showed up, what a coincidence?
Lyri would just kind of, I guess, bring that around to how it's unsafe, and what's happened here has, I guess, put a mark on them that they'll have to shake off.
Mm-hmm.
That they'll be followed by demons for what has occurred in that land. And they should get out while they still can.
Ascuri would agree with you, and the evidence will become clearer soon enough. But before that, Lyri will contact someone, won't she?
Yep. That is how it goes.
Now, unless Zelris you want to, we probably won't go into too much detail with this contact because it happened via sending, so not a lot of direct communication, for lack of a better term, happened. But Lyri would contact someone named Velenith. We haven't met Velenith, but Velenith has appeared in the campaign in a Lyri flashback in Season 2, very briefly.
And he was mentioned, I think, right at the end of Season 1, right?
Yes, he has. He has been. Senfeo mentioned him. I guess... I leave it up to, I guess, Thompshire and Zelris. Like, Thompshire, how much are you interested in finding out about this Villeneuve person? And I guess, Zelris, how much do you think Lyri would be thinking about him? Like, oh, Villeneuve is this one person who blah, 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 I guess. Like, what would Thompshire be able to learn from watching Lyri's interaction here?
Probably be able to tell, I guess, like, her feelings towards him, since she's kind of sending a pretty emotionally charged message to him. And the response is also pretty, emotionally charged, so...
I guess go ahead.
You could glean some of that from the interactions.
I guess for context, and then I'll ask Thompshire again if he has any questions. Lyri would message Villeneuve about having escaped the ship to Outland and about her current situation with some flourishes. For instance, she sort of paints the Sun Fury in a better light, as in, oh, they're the ones who restored my hand. Villeneuve, this Villeneuve person, who at least Thompshire would get the inkling that they're at least a mid to high ranking military person. Villeneuve responds with pure rage, I suppose. This would probably this would probably be the first time Lyri has ever seen Villeneuve be this angry. Villeneuve would go off on her for wasting resources that he sent an elite squad to Booty Bay to get her, and now she's all the way in Outland. Not only that, Villeneuve would commission several mages to send Lyri messages to basically chew her out. He is that annoyed that he bugged other people to yell at her. So I guess any questions, Thompshire, so far?
Not so far, no.
Okay. Lyri and Villeneuve afterwards would briefly speak about the possibility of bringing the Sun Fury to Azeroth. Villeneuve would be opposed at the base level. He would not say why. He would just say, it's a classified military matter, need to know, all of that. Villeneuve would at least offer... He would commission a mage to basically teleport a magical piece of paper to Lyri. And say, Lyri, give me names and physical descriptions of the Sun Fury, and I'll do background checks on them to tell you, are they good to come back or not, basically. And Villeneuve would also suggest that Lyri meet up with a person named Xal'atath Trueblossom, who is now a member of the Scryers, which is information that Lyri did not know. That Xal'atath became a member of the Scryers. Thompshire?
Is that someone she knows?
Yes.
I would let Zelris answer that question in more detail.
Let me bring up the full description I gave Teeironor, just so I can give you the most accurate version of him.
I think
okay.
Yeah.
So, Xal'atath was basically, he's a member of Lyri's, I guess, found family after the Third War would be a good way of putting it. Kind of a friend of a friend who is working on, recovering, Embersorrow artifacts, lost weapons, lost armor, etc., etc. And he kind of, last Lyri knew, he was just working on following paper trails to find certain things. So it's quite odd that he's in Outland.
Let's hope Lyri didn't burn those paper trails too.
My second question, Thompshire. Lyri collected pretty much information on all the Sun Fury people you see on screen, and Villeneuve on each and every one of them gave here's what I found via my background check. Is there anyone you'd like to learn about? Zelris knows, but I'm asking if Thompshire or DoomGoblin or Banrak for that matter would like to know.
Since I guess, let's say Oscuri, since I guess that's who Benjamin had most contact with, aside from the other elf, I forgot the name of Miriam, is that her name?
The one to Oscuri's right?
Yeah.
That one's name is Mirna. To answer your question on Oscuri, if when Lyri would ask for Oscuri's like surname, Oscuri would be hesitant to like give it out. I sort of discussed with Zelris back when this first happened that maybe Lyri would explain why she needs Oscuri's surname for like the background check thing, and Oscuri would be understanding, and she would give out the surname Grimblade. And the information that would come back from this Velonif individual is that Oscuri Grimblade is known as one of Kael'thas's Adarans that went to Outland, and that she has one living daughter and an elderly grandmother back in Silvermoon. That's more or less what Velonif was able to dig up on her. Velonif more or less considers her safe. Yeah, she can come back to Silvermoon.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Should I tell you about Mirna or?
Yeah.
Mirna's more or less interesting because Mirna has two living relatives, an elderly father, and a sister named Aaranessa. Aaranessa is also known as a Sun Fury, so her paper trail is more or less gone. And you all have met Aaranessa in Season 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's
She's
the
with
one
a butter,
the
yeah.
evil crew, right? Yeah.
The one that coincidentally Zelris played.
Yep.
Let me know if you care to know anything about Dracius, Gerasi, or Faultian. If not, we can move on. No pressure either way.
No, I don't think Benjamin would care.
Sure. Next thing, after the background checks are done, Oscuri would like pull Lyri aside, so to say, to have like a private conversation with her. And Oscuri would say that she agrees that it would be best to return to Azeroth and that Lyri's completely right. She would be kind of hesitant and say that she's basically asking Lyri, give me one day to convince everyone to come to Azeroth as well. Because she's very much a captain has to go down with the ship kind of person. And she does say that if even one person decides not to go to Azeroth, she will stay behind with them.
And Lyri agrees to that sentiment.
And also during this discussion, because of like the urgency of the situation and the situation in general, Oscuri very, very hesitantly, none of the Sunfury have been able to like salvage many of their belongings from the like destruction of the Mana Forge, but Oscuri has kept held on to one ornate box that she would sort of hesitatingly hand over to Lyri. It would be a very, I guess, odd scene, just because I think this is the first time Lyri would see Oscuri sort of trembling with obvious emotion. I don't know what Lyri would make of that on that note.
Lyri is still confused because at this point she doesn't really understand the, I guess, relation between Aaran and Oscuri. At most, she just thinks that Oscuri was like a very devoted, I guess, member of her dad's like battalion or whatever, you know.
Oscuri would say that these are keepsakes from Lyri's father, that he he basically took with him from Azeroth to Outland, and then while in Outland, when King, she would say King, not Prince, Kael'thas, ordered the whole Sunwell go to Mukwel'Thalas incident, he asked Oscuri to keep these items safe while he went to Azeroth. And Oscuri would mention that as far as she knows, Venizin, Lyri's father, is dead. And she would hand to Lyri this box of valuables. Inside would be several medals for valor received apparently from King Anasterion himself. Oscuri would also describe that there's poetry inside and some family keepsakes, and then she would leave before Lyri gets the chance to open the box and look for herself. But when Lyri opens the box and looks for herself, there is indeed a stack of papers, all of it poetry. Some of it appears to be missing, like there's, for instance, page numbers, and it goes from 35 to 42, for instance. There are also 4 lockets of hair. 3 of them clearly have a very similar color to Lyri, and one can presume they come from Lyri's family. And one of them is much more silver. And there is also, funnily enough, some old blood thistle. I'm curious, what would Lyri's thoughts be?
I would find it humorous and endearing, and her opinion on Oscuri would be greatly improved, because this is like a big thing, a very personal thing. And she just find it kind of, I guess, oddly humorous, because she heard about like how her father was and how he was kind of a bit of a poet and I guess a bit eccentric. So it's nice to see poetry and even blood thistle just kind of
the mark of a true poet, narcotics.
Yeah, it's just a nice gesture. So she takes the box and she looks after it.
Would Lyri make the connection, because above board, and I said this to Zelris when I first told her that this happened, one of the lockets of hair belonged to Oscuri herself. Would Lyri make the connection that the locket belongs to Oscuri?
No, we haven't got that though, I think.
Okay.
In the in what we've described, so I assume not.
Sure. Then we would jump forward in time, maybe like a couple hours, and we'd sort of return to the aftermath of a scene of violence. Lyri, somewhat wounded, surrounded by the corpses of several fell hunters. More of Golgamash's demonic assassins, this time specially tailored to hunt Lyri down, because fell hunters see through invisibility, and they are anti-spellcaster, pretty much. And the only reason Lyri was able to survive this latest attack was because she was surrounded by a group of Sun Fury. It's very likely that if she were on her own in the wasteland, she would not have survived. Were you going to say something, Thompshire?
So was she like in the camp or like out in the outlands, I guess?
In the camp, or at least like maybe close to the edge of the camp. This again, she was able to fight them off with aid from the other Sun Fury. And
Okay.
this would definitely raise some eyebrows with the other Sun Fury, because all of these fell hunters specifically targeted Lyri, which seems a bit random if nothing else. Like, even when other melee fighters tried to interpose themselves, their focus was on taking Lyri down. And I think Lyri maybe would receive some questions of, Why were they targeting you? What was all that about? Has something happened?
Oh, you want me to answer?
Yeah, not like go into in character, so to say, but like what would Lyri generally say, so to say?
I think she'd probably mention about the incident with the skull and how she was pretty prominent in that. So maybe they're trying to take her down as a message, I guess.
Lyri's honesty might backfire just a little bit, just because there are some people in the Sun Fury who are very, very hostile to Lyri being there. Zelris, I know this isn't this detail isn't like in the plan that I made, but I'd like to come back to it just to like reinforce the idea of the Sun Fury being divided, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Basically, there are two factions in the Sun Fury. Lyri would quickly come to learn of this. There is a Scurry's faction, the like more mainline Sun Fury of, yeah, King Keophas was right, but we're still trying to like do everything we can for our people, and the reason we're still in Outland is because we're looking for a replacement for the Sunwell. And then there is the group that is led by Faultian, who has very much drank the Fel Kool-Aid, for lack of a better term, and they're very much in favor of we have to continue serving the Burning Legion. All the power that we're gaining is all we need, and who cares about the people back home, basically. For reference, when Velanif did all those background checks, most of Oscuri's people came out fine. Like, they had family back in Silvermoon, or they had like people waiting for them back home regardless, while most of Faultian's people, not so much, just because they turned out to be more like ruthless criminals or more power-hungry people, or people who have nothing left to lose. More or less people like that. And in the midst of all of this happening, speaking of a skull, Lyri would receive, out of nowhere, a sending message from the skull of Garuk. I wrote it out and I sent it to Zelris, but the sending message would be, "Hey friend, need some help. The big Eredar found out I'm possessing his apprentice's body, chased out a forge camp, still possessing body, need rescue." I'm curious, what would Lyri reply?
Lyri does not reply.
Fair enough.
I'm pretty sure that's what we said before, so I'm just going to stick to it. She did not reply.
I think what we said before was that Lyri does not.
Sorry.
Doesn't hide. Lyri does not help Garuk, but I don't know if we said if she replies or not. Either way.
Well, she might have offered, I guess, some kind of nothing answer to buy time.
Sure. Later on, as more grumbling happens and the divisions become pretty clear, like Faultian's people will hang out with Faultian's people, Oscuri's people will hang out with Oscuri's people. After Oscuri runs back and forth talking with people in private, she would call for a general meeting, and she would basically be completely honest.
Aren't we skipping a bit?
Namely?
Number 5, right, on the list?
We have done that. Oh no, we have not. You're right. The thing. My bad. Thank you, Zelris.
I mean, it still makes sense if we delay it to now, but we can't do it after this one, so...
Yeah. While Oscuri is laying out everything that Lyri said about the Sunwell being back, about that it would be best to return home, etc., etc., Lyri would receive a telepathic, for lack of a better term, message from the Viceroy, the ethereal Viceroy, Nazar, who would ask her, "How do you plan to survive the attack from the next assassins?" Sort of sarcastically. Do you want to have like a conversation, Zelris, or should we more like...
Sure, let's have a conversation for this, because it's the Viceroy. He's pretty, I guess, important. And I think the other player characters want to know more about him, so...
So the Viceroy again would ask, and so how do you plan to survive the next set of assassins, dear experiment?
Now figure something out.
No, they're getting bigger and stronger, and you are in an area so teeming with magic, they'll keep coming. You know that.
Yes, I'm aware.
Would you like me to help you?
What do you mean?
Well, even though my foolish subordinate Teeironor had some ridiculous plans, I admit some of his ideas had merit. To put it simply, your current companions, if you lure them into an ambush, allow my subordinates to take them prisoner, I will use my contacts to get you scot-free from the assassins.
Lyri will kind of take a moment to pause before responding. As far as I'm concerned, my position on this is non-negotiable. I'll handle it on my own from here on out.
You would hear like a little bit of frustration in the Viceroy's voice as he would say, "You are a precious experiment to me, and one I do not wish to lose, child. These elves that are with you, they are worthless. They are dregs of a wasteland and nothing more. What's it matter if their lives are lost?"
I will not betray my kin. And surely wouldn't it be more interesting this way?
Only if you survive, child. But very well. Your choice is made. For better or worse. We will keep in touch, though.
And he goes.
And while this was happening, Oscuri, as I said, laid out everything to the Sun Fury, and they all would, even Faultian's faction, would just be shocked at this turn of events. And Oscuri would sort of call for like a timeout to like have everyone like talk to each other, discuss what they like to do before coming to a decision. And I guess Oscuri would sort of confide in Lyri and say, "Well, I hope it goes well."
I hope it does too.
Something on your mind?
No, it's nothing. Lyri is pretty nervous about dying, but she thinks she made the right choice. I guess Benjamin can, tell that through whatever, his mind reading powers, whatever.
Yeah, his vision quest thingy, yeah. And after like maybe an hour or so of discussions, the Sun Fury would reassemble once again, and much to Lyri's surprise, I really don't think she was expecting this outcome, they all, including Faultian and his people, would agree to go to Azeroth. And I imagine Lyri would suspect that something is up, but I don't know if she would like look a gift horse in the mouth, so to say.
Lyri is quite skeptical, but she knows that, it's not the best time to question it right now, so...
And Oscuri and I think Lyri would propose, because the question would come up of how to do this. And Lyri was the one who proposed using Oscuri's Hearthstone to somehow connect it back to more or less its place of origin, because it was an item that was made on Azeroth. And the Sun Fury would be impressed by this idea. It's definitely ingenious. Unfortunately, Oscuri would say that Lyri would have to, for the magical ritual, work primarily with Faultian, because he's the Sun Fury's best astromancer. Zelris, do you think there's worth in having like a Lyri Faultian conversation, or do you think it would just be like an awkward silence?
We can... Sure, let's have a Lyri Faultian conversation. If it's awkward silence, then I guess we can skip ahead, but...
Well, maybe it will devolve into awkward silence, who knows?
Yeah, once it gets awkward, we can just skip ahead, but... I think, we haven't had time with this character yet, so it's best to get it now.
So, Faultian, by the way, funnily enough, when the background checks thing were happening, Faultian did not give out a surname. Instead, he said that his surname is the Merciless Hammer of Fel, which I think should give you all enough of an inkling about his personality. Either way, in addition to like the technical mumbo-jumbo going on, he would probably ask the obvious question. I'm sure it's eating at you.
What exactly?
You want to know why I agreed, and well, my followers agreed, to go with this Azeroth plan, right?
I prefer to not know, if I'm being honest. But your cooperation is enjoyed for the time being.
You're as arrogant as your father, and as foolish too.
Does that please you?
In a way. He died screaming. I'm sure you'll do too.
He died screaming?
Yes, it was quite... when that orc ran him through, and that... DoomGoblin wrote in chat, she will. When that orc ran him through, and that demon took his soul as a bauble. Yes, that was quite enjoyable. Bobo, this is information that Zelris did not know. Yeah.
Lyri does not know how her dad died. Well, sounds like nothing more than... I don't trust you.
I'm sure his soul must be in a lot of pain right now, being, in the possession of a dreadlord. You know how they can be with souls.
Alright, a dreadlord. Lyri is dismissing everything this guy says, just trying to get in the head.
He'd probably continue talking about, how time flows more slowly in the twisting nether, and how souls feel pain more acutely, etc., etc.
And Lyri's not buying any of it, but she's just kind of offering him, Yeah, she's just kind of listening to him and I guess taking it, but
Sure.
She doesn't actually believe anything he says.
He also would be careful not... I mean, obviously, believe him or not, but he would be careful not to give information of oh, the Dreadlord's name was so-and-so, or whatever else. He's being pretty much as vague as possible.
Which makes Lyri think, oh yeah, he's definitely lying. He's just trying to get into my skin.
And he'd probably say... at the end, when she heard the news of Scurry was inconsolable. She cried for a whole week. And you think someone like that is fit to be our leader?
She seems pretty good with a blade. Why shouldn't she be?
Well, that's all she's good for. She's a blind follower of your father, of our former king, and nothing else. She has no true vision of the future. Look how quickly she changed her tone when this whole Sunwoe news came about.
Well, I think it's quite admirable to change your ways.
Birds of a feather, eh?
Lyri will just shrug.
So, when we get back to Azeroth, how do you plan to reintroduce us to Blood Oath Society? Do you know how many people I murdered before Arthas showed up? I'm sure the authorities will be very, very interested in allowing a former murderer like myself to come back.
It's war. Maybe they'll overlook it. Although, Lyri kind of holds her tone.
War, you say? So it's not, oh, peace and quiet and paradise and, oh, the entirety of the kingdom has been restored back home, is it?
Well, quite the opposite, actually. I think it is peace and nice in the kingdom. And that is only being maintained by our continued efforts across Azeroth. Hiding behind a shield did nothing for us.
I think that's the first thing you and I will agree with, and perhaps the only one. So, when we get back, what do you wish us to be, the distant puppets of... What's the way he's styling himself now? Regent Lord, Regent King, whatever?
You mean the Regent Lord Lorthamar?
The Pretender, yes.
Lyri kind of gives him a huff.
So, do you wish for us to be just his puppets doing his dirty work so that the fine citizens of Kofalas will grow fat and happy? Or is there something actually waiting for us back home?
That seems like a worthwhile existence to me. I don't know why it's so abhorrent to someone like you.
Because I followed the Sun King, because he promised us rewards, a new homeland. This, he points to his surroundings, was supposed to be our home until you people from back in Quofolas came and messed everything up.
Lyri will just kind of have enough with him and just continue the ritual.
Mm-hmm. And I think seeing that there's no way to really get under Lyri's skin, without getting a dagger in his ribs or whatever, he will just stay silent and continue working on the ritual as well. And after Lyri and Faultian had worked out a method for the teleportation to happen, a proper ritual would begin. Lyri would be holding the Hearthstone while most of the Sun Fury mages, warlocks, and whatever else would be holding on and channeling power. The non-magical people would also be holding on, but obviously they wouldn't really be much help. This ritual is very, very imprecise. There isn't really a very good way to link a Hearthstone to a undefined location, especially from another planet. So the idea that Lyri and Faultian would have come up with would be to try to link it to a ley line nexus. And unfortunately, because it's on the other side of the cosmos pretty much, it's difficult again to gain a very solid grasp of where to go back to Azeroth to. I basically gave Zelris a bunch of vague descriptions and told her to pick one where Lyri would be taking everyone to. And the one Zelris chose would be one of 3 nodes of leyline energy, brimming with life magic, and this particular node suffers from subtle corruption. And that is where she picked. But right before she would teleport, I think Lyri would feel a very sudden and sharp pang of pain as the very ground around everyone would start rumbling furiously. And the Sunfury would draw their weapons. Lyri, I think you would feel your connection to the void growing weaker, and perhaps you would even involuntarily return to your void form. As over the horizon, you Benjamin would see through Lyri's eyes, but Lyri would also see the last of Golgamash's assassins so far, that I would like to put on screen in a second. Sorry, Roll20 is being a little bit fucky. Sorry for the suspense, but it's basically this lovely thing that I do not have the newest model of, so you have to bear with the vanilla or TBC model. Sorry about that. Let me know if you guys see it on screen.
We do.
Yeah, we see it.
Mm-hmm. it's this thing pretty much towering over everything. It feels like pretty much when the Fell Reaver showed up, and it has like a similar size to the Fell Reaver as well. There would be very little hope for the Sun Fury to beat this thing, even with Lyri helping. And Lyri, in spite of the pain and in spite of her connection to the Void being heavily hampered, I think would manage to like push through with the ritual and teleport everyone back to Azeroth just as this thing closes in. And I think this will probably be the reason why Oscuri's Hearthstone would break in the attempt from the magical strain. I think that would make sense. Do you agree, Zelris?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it has to break anyway, so
yeah,
good reasons any.
Mm-hmm. And Lyri and the Sun Fury would emerge back on Azeroth in this place that you all would see on screen. At least I hope you do.
Yeah, we see it.
Mm-hmm. A place that is entirely unfamiliar to Lyri. It's also entirely unfamiliar to Benjamin watching. It might feel slightly familiar to Lyri in the sense that it kind of looks like Quel'Thalas, like eternal sort of spring, so to say. But it's still a very, very different...
It's a different biome.
Mm-hmm.
Like a different terrain, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Once arrived, I think Lyri probably will take like a couple minutes to recover from like the void terror and everything that happened. While she does that, Oscuri would order the Sun Fury Magisters to pinpoint their location by like looking at the sun and at the stars in the sky, if there are any, and at the ley lines of Azeroth. And she would also instruct the Sun Fury scouts to basically look at to inspect their surroundings to get a better lay of the land. And well, after a couple minutes, Lyri would recover, and we well, do you want to do it like quote unquote manually, Zelris, or would you like me to briefly say what do you do?
This is Oh, I remember this.
You
okay.
are at number 9.
Lyri, yeah, number 9. Lyri tells the Sun Fury to feel the renewed presence of our birthright course through your very being. She tells the Sun Fury that the might of the Sunwell beckons us for aid, and it's time to re-establish our pledge to Quel'Thalas and return to Sindorai society, etc., etc., and to just enjoy the Sunwell because they can, I guess, now feel it for the first time in years, basically.
Indeed. And this would have a noticeable impact on the Sun Fury. They would all be awestruck at feeling the presence of the Sunwell once again. I would say, because technically the Sunwell does like reach across dimensions, because I think Blizzard established that the Sunwell is felt by Blood Elves in like alternate Draenor, as weird as that sounds. But
it was the Netherstorm environment that stopped them, right?
Exactly. The like chaotic magics of the Netherstorm, and pretty much magic just being everywhere.
The miasma of it all kind of just like blinded them, I guess.
That's a very good way of saying it, yeah. But there's a difference between knowing and knowing, I guess. And the impact would be felt as, not instantly, but like over the next couple of hours as like other events happen. More and more Sun Fury will like discard the mana crystals they've been using to like renew themselves with magic, and various other things will be going on. Then after after Lyri's little speech, there is one thing that Zelris didn't mention. We mentioned it when me and Zelris were going through, hey, what's Lyri been doing, etc. Zelris didn't mention now. But one of Lyri's words would irritate the Sun Fury. namely, Zelris initially said that Lyri would say that the Sun Fury need to, quote, prove their loyalty to Quel'Thalas. And that would very, very much irk them. And, and I think Faultian would burst out more than everyone else and just yell at Lyri, basically repeating the same tired old lines of we are the loyal ones, not the fools in Quel'Thalas. We are the ones who still to this day serve the Sun King, not the ones in Quel'Thalas. They should be loyal to us. And Faultian would probably ask Lyri sort of furiously, tell me, where were you when the true king died? And before Lyri could answer, Oscuri would stop the argument and basically tell everyone to shut up and agree with Lyri's idea that working with the Blood Elves is a good idea, but will reaffirm that we are Sun Fury first and foremost. So sort of a compromise, so to say. What are Lyri's thoughts on the matter?
Lyri was fine with it because from here on out she wants to get rid of the Faultian faction, so to her, stoking the kind of divide between them is probably a good thing, because the sooner they can separate the good from the bad, the better. So, even though, she's not being kind of argumentative back, this is kind of still playing into her long play. So, in her mind, it was a worth trade-off, I guess.
And I think at this point, Dracius and the rest of the scouts would return, and they have captured someone for interrogation. This person, an elderly Pandaren merchant that they have brutally interrogated. And they will probably continue interrogating. I'm not sure exactly when or if Lyri decides to step in, but basically, Dracius would ask questions about the lay of the land, what factions are there, what manner of creature are you, and the Pandaren lady would answer as best as she can. She'd basically describe more or less the general geography of Pandaria. Dracius would be very, very brutal with her. I think he would mention something about I've done this to a certain forest troll warlord before taking out one of her eyes, for instance. It will be a very, very brutal affair, and at the end of it, to hide the evidence, he would execute this lady. I assume this is the point where Lyri intervenes?
I mean, she's dead, right? So this is when Lyri intervenes after she's dead.
Yeah, but there is something that Lyri says in relation to this event happening.
Lyri chews them out for interrogating a random Pandaren lady. Because, now they know that this is, they're allies of the Sindarai, potentially, because doesn't she mention that...
Yes, that's one thing I forgot to mention. The Pandaren...
She mentions there's Blood Elves nearby, basically.
Yeah. The Pandaren lady mentions there's Blood Elves nearby, and they're a lot nicer than you people. And I think that's probably what prompted Dracius to go really brutal.
Yeah, Lyri doesn't do anything about this, because at the point he's introduced for the Pandaren, she's already, half dead from being tortured, so... she knows that she's going to be executed anyway, no matter what. So she just kind of feels sorry for that. But she just chewed them out and tells the Sun Fury to treat them with respect you would any other Sindarai, because they're on good terms with our kin, it seems, and we shouldn't, jeopardize that.
And Dracius and the Sun Fury would agree, not so much because of out of humanitarian concerns, but rather, yeah, it would be bad to instantly sabotage a potential reunion by abusing the allies of the Blood Elves. So they're more thinking utilitarian rather than, we just killed an innocent old lady.
Yeah. And Lyri's like, okay, let's just head to the Blood Elf people. Let's head to the Sindarai and see what we can do for them.
yes, and Lyri would say that, and all the Blood Elves would agree, and they would all head to the nearby Blood Elves. And these Blood Elves would be under this sigil. I don't know if you guys recognize the sigil. The Sun Fury definitely wouldn't. Lyri, I think, might.
Lyri does know because she mentioned them when she was teleported to the Badlands because she knew they were operating there.
Fair. That's very much correct. You're right. So Lyri would recognize the sigil of the reliquary. And it's a bit of an awkward scene where we sort of jump ahead to like what's basically a standoff. As pretty much 50 to 60 Sun Fury stare awkwardly at like 10 to 12 reliquary people who are very, very surprised to see a bunch of fell corrupted Blood Elves show up. Understandably so. And I think Oscuri would say to Lyri that, that Lyri should do the talking in this one because she is more familiar with the Blood Elves of Quel'Thalas, like how they are right now. Do you want to have like an actual conversation, Zelris, or should we sum it up?
Let's do it. So Lyri, I guess, kind of goes up to them and tries to be, I guess, reasonable. She's like, hey, this group of Sun Fury are refugees from Outland. They stood by the last orders given to them by their commanding officers. They're loyal, they're proud, and they're formidable. And they want to prove that, dedication to Quel'Thalas. And kind of, she asked them if they need any assistance, and that the Sun Fury would be willing to help them. Yeah. That's kind of her opening, I guess, bargain with them.
Yeah, and the reliquary people would be absolutely shocked, understandably so. And I think the one on the right, the Magistrix, she would say, "This, who are you? Identify yourself now." As in state your name.
My name?
She would ask for it, yeah.
My name is Lyri Embersorrow.
You realize how irregular this is, that you brought these outland leeches over here of all places. How did you even get here?
We teleported here.
The Blood Knight, Captain Ferris, would say, "This is. We need to notify High Command," and he would turn to Lyri and say, "This isn't our decision to make. Sun Fury defectors are. Well, there's procedure to keep in mind, and the magistrates would say, and these leeches need to be properly screened before they're allowed back into the fold."
That's fair. Is there anything we can do for you in the meantime?
Lyri will probably fairly quickly recognize that that's a very, not silly, but like not a good question, just because this is one thing I didn't mention to everyone else. It's very, very clear that these reliquary people are packing up to leave, so they would arrive basically too late, and the magistrates would basically call her out for it and say, "Have you no eyes? Are you one of Kel'Thas's leeches as well? We're departing for Kunlai's summit, Lyri Embersorrow, and you and your people are not needed." And the paladin would say, "Magistrix, but let us stay for a little bit and keep watch. You understand that it would be a horrible idea to let these people run free, right?" And the Magistrix would sigh and say, "Well, that much is true." And she would, and I think the paladin would say, "Instruct your companions that you are under the jurisdiction of the reliquary, and you will stay put until we receive orders on how to deal with you.
Lyri would nod amicably and, go back to the Sun Fury and tell them that, we've been told to stay put, so that's what we'll do, because they deem us as a threat and they want to keep eyes on us.
Fultian will probably be the first to say, so we're prisoners, eh? This is how our long-awaited reunion with our kin is to go. And Oscar would say, do they not recognize that we fought and bled for them all these years? Who do they think they're speaking to?
It's fine, just wait out.
It's very much not fine, says Fultian. And Oscar says, for once I'm in agreement with Fultian. This is outrageous. There's 60 of us and we're taken prisoner by 10 people?
Lyri just kind of sighs and lets them, argue with each other and yell, whatever.
Mm-hmm. And tensions would soon escalate as the Sun Fury begin expressing their displeasure outright. Like some hecklers, for lack of a better term, would start yelling at the reliquary people. The reliquary people would start yelling back. But all of this would be interrupted by the sound of a war horn, probably to the south, as creatures that neither Lyri nor Benjamin have ever seen before would ambush the two Blood Oath groups.
Actually, Lyri would have seen one before because the Pandaren showed what a Mogu was.
Oh yeah, the statue. Yeah, the big statues. I'm an idiot. But
I just looked up anything you said.
But I don't think Lyri would have ever seen one in the flesh, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, yeah, a bunch of Mogu show up. And we again don't really need to go into too much detail. While the reliquary would very much struggle against the Mogu because they're primarily researchers and archaeologists, the Sun Fury, who are like warriors who have had pretty much non-stop battle experience in Outland, would make quick work of the Mogu. Though for Lyri and also for the rest of the Sun Fury, this is the first time they would come into contact with this very, very unusual magic of the Mogu. Mogu magic would feel very arcane, definitely, but also primordial, overpowered, but not in a like game sense, but in a like overcharged, if that makes sense. And it feels as if it's something otherworldly, as in it's not designed for mortals to use. And it also feels inherently corrupting, but also very, very powerful. I guess I should ask, what would Lyri's thoughts be on encountering this new form of magic?
She doesn't really care.
Fair enough. The Sun Fury, on the other hand, because their whole mission was seeking out new sources of magic, would very much care. And they would begin pretty much mana draining and mana tapping the Mogu. Alive or dead, it doesn't matter too much. And the reliquary would immediately call them out for it. Lyri would immediately hear accusations of foul spawn of Kel'Thas, mana leeches the lot of you. And the Sun Fury would very understandably bristle at that. And
Lyri, being the well-known public speaker who can resolve any issue with, her quick wit and her silver tongue, says, there's no need for such a volatile dispute. Such powerful magic, it belongs in the hands of, those fighting for Quoth-Alas, not wielded by those kind of brutes. And points to the Mogu. And then she's like, "Can you please trust us?" And that's her big plea to both sides to calm down.
And I think just as she says, "Can you please trust us?" a fireball would fly past her. You're not entirely sure from which direction, or basically who started it. but either way, both sides would immediately charge in to do battle. Above board, you guys remember that I pointed out that Zelris, for like Zelris' thing, I rolled a d20 to see the outcome of a situation, and Zelris got a 2. This was that. Her failed attempt to negotiate between the Reliquary and the Sun Fury. And again, the two sides would charge towards each other, even though the Reliquary are very much at a disadvantage numerically and in terms of quality, they would still fight. Zelris, would you like to describe what Lyri does when this happens, or should I?
Lyri immediately has like a thought crosses her mind. Damn it, that Voltian is undermining everything I seek to accomplish. I have to eliminate his evil and influence in the Sun Fury once and for all, because she's certain that it was either him or one of his underlings who did it, because, there's no reason for the Reliquary to, start this fight with, against overwhelming odds. It had to be someone, probably one of Voltian's people, trying to cause a division. So her immediate instinct is, during the fighting, I'm going to seek out Voltian and his men, and I'm going to eliminate them. I'm going to kill them all.
The way I sort of described it back when me and Zelris first played out this scenario was that while the Sun Fury charge forward, Lyri sort of lags behind to take Voltian and any of his people from behind. And we'd sort of arrive at this awkward situation, whereas Lyri lags behind to fight Voltian and his people. Voltian and his people also lag behind to fight Lyri.
How does that even work?
It just does. Basically,
very awkwardly.
Yes. I asked Zelris, okay, a fight's gonna happen. What would Lyri's intentions be during the fight? And Zelris said, basically, yeah, what she said right now. And I replied, well, okay, I was thinking that Voltian would do the exact same thing. So yes, we've arrived at this awkward situation. Gerasi, by the way, is part of Voltian's faction, the guy on the left of Voltian. And there will be this brief awkward stare-off, I imagine. And to steal one of your lines, Zelris, I think Voltian would say, oh, great minds really do think alike, don't they? Before probably firing a fell blast at Lyri.
And a fight breaks out between them.
To sum up what happens, Lyri does well, but not overwhelmingly well, so to say. She kills a number of Voltian's people, but she doesn't have the raw strength just by herself to kill all of them, and also Voltian himself. And as the fighting on the other front starts to wrap up, sort of before this whole incident gets noticed, Voltian and his survivors, including Gerasi, would back off, and Voltian would say to Lyri, I thank you for bringing us to Azeroth and unwittingly furthering the Fell Master's plans. We will meet again, be sure of that. And Voltian, Gerasi, and the remaining of his faction would teleport away. We've just because we've been going for quite a bit. Thompshire and or anyone else, do you guys have any questions or comments? So far, at least.
I don't think so.
Okay. But either way, as soon as this happens, and Lyri turns to the remaining Sun Fury, it's very clearly a Sun Fury victory, as the Reliquary are all massacred, save the two leaders who have been saved not for humanitarian reasons, but to basically be interrogated and serve as hostages.
And Lyri is devastated because she was counting on being able to resolve it before it was completely a massacre, but it didn't turn out that way. So
and when Lyri would approach the scene, Oscuri would say, there you are. We need your help with the what happened to you, noticing Lyri's wounds?
To make it quick, Lyri is honest with Oscuri and tells her exactly what happened. Otian betrayed them, probably inciting the attack to try and kill Lyri. She had to fight them off, and they escaped.
Oscuri's first reaction would be shock and disappointment. She would probably... Her first reaction would be to start muttering over Lyri a little bit, like, are you injured? Do you need help? Do we have a healer? Etc. And I imagine Lyri would make it clear that she is more or less fine.
Mm-hmm.
Oscuri's next reaction would be to be very distraught at what happened. Basically, she would blame herself for everything that happened. Lyri would be able to tell that because she has interacted with Oscuri plenty, and she would probably remember what Oscuri said about how she does not plan on leaving anyone behind, and that's what her father would do, etc., etc. And it's clear that that's what's going through Oscuri's mind. In the end, Oscuri would still ask Lyri to help with interrogating the two, and she would say, you ask the questions and Dracius will make sure they spill.
And Lyri interjects saying, no, I will interrogate them myself.
And Oscuri would grant that without any issue. Dracius would be a little bit skeptical, but would allow you to proceed. And he would probably finger his bloody blade, the one he mutilated the Pandaren with, sort of to say, if you need help, you know where to call me.
But before she does that, she, says that we need to cover up the what's happened here. This can't be. They can't know what has occurred on this day.
Dracius would say, well, there's a couple issues with that. If you want to imply that the Mogu killed these people, well, the Mogu use large, overpowered weapons. He'd point at the gigantic statues, probably. And it's true, in the lore, Mogu use these gigantic weapons that are more meant for ceremony rather than actual combat. And while Blood Elves obviously use more sleek and agility-based, so to say, weapons. Not always, but generally speaking. And also, Mogu magics tend to be more destructive, while Blood Elf magics tend to be a little more subtle. Still destructive, but you'll know what I mean. And Mera would also chime in and say, plus I think I sensed something, but I think these reliquary bastards might have sent a message about us.
That won't be an issue. After all, even if they did see us, nobody knows we're here. Who would believe such a tall tale, anyway? And then Lyri kind of idly scratches the back of her head.
Is this...
You know what?
Go ahead.
You know what is believable, though? That the Quel'Therei scum that betrayed our kin would wear the guise of the Sun Fury. To not only frame this accident on a fake opponent, but also to promote infighting and discord during such a crucial time. Lyri kind of grabs her bag and kind of gives the Sun Fury various trinkets and mementos from Stormwind, and she tells them to just kind of spread these across the battlefield as you see fit. Anyone who's worth, any investigator worth their reputation would deduce that these come from Stormwind. So instead of covering up that we did it, we're going to make it, appear like a false flag and a failed cover-up from the Quel'Therei of the Alliance.
The Sun Fury would agree with Lyri's plan and carry it out. Dracius will probably point out that it's a good plan. It will mean that we'll need to ditch the hostages. Kill them, I mean.
Don't worry, I have a plan for the hostages. I'm aware of the implications. And also, Lyri will chew out the Sun Fury for, killing them, the rock quarry.
Mm.
She tells them that, there's a blood debt that we have to, lift because, we killed 10 people. We have to save 10 Cinderai lives to make up for this blood debt. So
yeah.
we should not repeat this mistake, and we won't be offered such an easy out in the future. So we shouldn't, be careful what you do. Basically, this was a tragedy that we can't repeat.
And there would be grumbling at what Lyri said. Lots of, well, they started it, and they called us mana leeches and blah blah blah. But it's more muted than before, and Lyri would definitely see like a hint of shame, at least in most of the Sun Fury's eyes, because these are still kinsmen of theirs, and in the end, they would agree that the quote incident was regrettable, so to say.
Lyri kind of sees them and their excuses as kind of, it's guilt. They got caught up in something and they don't want to admit they're wrong because they'd have to, feel bad about it. That's kind of her view, at least.
It's an interesting view. Shall we go to the interrogation? Do you want to describe what... I think it's best if I describe what happens with the captain, but do you want to describe what happens with the magistrates? Because that's more of a success story, so to say?
Yeah. You can describe the approach she takes first, though, I guess, just to save time.
TLDR, Lyri is using her void magic to basically dominate these people's will and impose like false memories or subtle commands into them. Unfortunately...
And she also has put the disguise spell on to turn her eyes blue to kind of sell that. And she's speaking as if she's a Quel'Dorei. She's calling them traitors to the kingdom, etc., etc., Cinderai scum, all that stuff.
Unfortunately, the void magics work a little bit too well. I'll let you more or less describe what you do with the magistrates. With the captain, it doesn't necessarily work just because he's a paladin, and the light magic in him clashes pretty violently with Lyri's attempts to use void magic to dominate him. He not only resists her influence, but actively starts fighting back. Lyri would definitely feel physical pain at being in contact with the paladin's magic. She probably temporarily lose her disguise and even her void hand for a couple seconds just because of the intensity of the light magic. In the end, her void magic is more powerful, but she would not succeed in dominating him, and there would be no other option, would have to kill the paladin.
Yeah, so she feels bad, but she has to do this to kind of... Her view is that she wants to save as many people as possible, and him being alive would jeopardize that, so he has to go, unfortunately. Lyri wishes she could have spared him, and she will, in her mind, avenge his death by saving another kinsman, but for him, his resistance was his undoing. He's being killed and thrown in the pile.
And I think his last words would be something like, "I'll see you in hell, you fell, void corrupted scum." Something to basically imply that he sees through Lyri's attempts to disguise herself, so to say. And as for the magistrates, she would break almost instantly, and it would have almost too strong of an effect on her. Could you say what you had in mind for her then?
Oh yeah, because it works, Lyri knocks her out and throws her on the pile and tells people, "Oh yeah, she's dead." We can kind of leave her and she's betting on the Cinderai or the Horde finding her and figuring out she's alive and taking her testimony, and if nothing else, she will talk about blue eyes, because she was kind of staring her down the whole time she was torturing her. So,
a bit of above board information. When I first talked with Zelris about the interrogation, before we planned the session, I basically gave Zelris 3 choices regarding the Magistrix. Either turn the Magistrix into a void monstrosity that would have to be put down, or turn the Magistrix into an insane lunatic, or into a brainless vegetable. And we're going with option 2.
Yeah, because I thought it was probably the most humanitarian of them all.
Sort of. But right after this, Lyri would get a message from Saja Majin, because during the boss encounter, after Bladebeard stabbed her with the dagger, she started desperately trying to contact Lyri. And it's a very, very sudden, forceful message, basically booming into her mind out of nowhere. And it's a completely unfamiliar voice, very jarring. And Saja Majin would say, "They are coming. They come for you. The dwarf, the human, the ogre, the fox. They seek to prevent your destiny. One hates, one fears, one hopes, and one does not know. I know the truth. You are not here. You are not at the mountain. Why? Why did you disprove my prophecy? They will kill me without knowing the truth. Seek out the stone. Seek out the stone. The corrupted blood near the folly of the orc warlock. They are coming and they will come for you. Why are you doing this, you stupid dwarf?" And that's where the message would sort of cut off.
And Lyri kind of pauses in her step for a moment, and then commands us on Fury to, begin heading out. The scene has been set. We're going to move north to Kunlai, and that's where we're going to formulate our next move.
And the Sun Fury would agree. And this will be sort of the last thing before we establish contact, so to say, between Benjamin and Lyri. But what are Lyri's thoughts on this situation, on her old party members being brought up on this whole stone debacle and everything going on?
Yeah, the stone. Lyri's thoughts, it's been mentioned a number of times, and it suddenly seems powerful. However, to her, it's, laughable that there are people out there who think she's so spineless that she'll obey their every whim and wish, the Ethereum and the Naga. She believes that magic is just a tool to be wielded by those who are powerful against those who are undeserving. So perhaps it's worth investigating the stone to see if it's, it can be twisted to suit the needs of Quartales. But then her thoughts kind of shift to, I guess, the implication that, the really disturbing implication that Bladebeard, Benjamin, and Bud are pursuing her, to take some kind of ill-fated revenge on her. To her, that isn't really the outcome she wanted at all, and she's still rather sour on how it ended, especially with Benjamin. And she resolves to talk to Bud next time she has a chance. She's pretty sure Bud will tell her what's going on, and also he sent a really bizarre sending last time they spoke, so she wants to catch up with him. And those are her final thoughts before what happens.
Because at this point, Lyri would realize that someone's been listening in, for lack of a better term, and this is also on Benjamin's end, when Benjamin would realize, okay, we're in present day, so to say, you and Lyri have this telepathic bond for the next several minutes in which you can talk if you so wish.
From Benjamin's perspective, did he feel like he lived through those moments or something like that? Or did all that information just appeared in his head?
You were living things from Lyri's point of view, seeing her inner thoughts. That's why we narrated Lyri's inner thoughts, because they were available to Benjamin. It basically felt as if you were in Lyri's body, thinking Lyri's thoughts, doing what Lyri was doing, so to say.
So from my perspective, I was away from however
You still
long it's been since.
you definitely had the sense of identity of I'm Benjamin Aaran and I'm seeing what Lyri's seeing. Like you are able to separate yourself from Lyri's point of view, so to say. So you do have that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just asking in a matter of the time I experience, if that makes sense.
It does feel like you've spent hours, maybe a day or so, just like living Lyri's memories, even though in like the actual real world it's only been like a couple seconds. It does feel like you've spent a couple hours here. Now granted, we didn't go like through everything, like I don't know, we didn't go through Lyri's bathroom breaks or whatever, so you didn't experience everything, just like the key moments. There were plenty of time skips, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So while Lyri's been away for like 2 or 3 days, something like that, Benjamin, you were here maybe for like 4 hours, let's say. Make sense?
Okay.
That's you, isn't it, Benjamin? Where he kind of calls him out, feeling his presence.
What is this?
Is this the power of the staff I gave you? You're in my head.
There was this. Wait, what staff? The tree branch?
Mm-hmm.
No, there was this Naga who stared at me, and then I was like in your body.
A Naga? That's troubling. Are you alright?
Mostly.
That's interesting. How's the good fortune? Have you fixed it up yet? Gone?
It's gone. Yes.
You seem in pretty rough shape. You know, it's been a few days and you haven't sent me any sendings, Benjamin. This is just rather abrupt.
Look, this wasn't my choice, okay? I just was, projected all these things without, my input. I was happy enough that thinking that you were away, not causing any trouble for any of us, but it seems you're causing trouble on your own corner of the world.
Trouble? I don't understand.
Well, that's funny you should mention after just murdering someone in cold blood and driving someone else mad.
Well, I did what I had to further the good cause.
And what is the good cause?
To protect as many people as possible. In Quotha, that is.
Well, seems you just let a group of people that don't like them very much get away. And you brought them right to Azeroth.
I tried my best. Are you really going to criticize me? Or are you in my head? Is that what this is?
Look, you're doing your own thing and it's none of my business, but just try to avoid making any more confusion for everyone else, will you?
Huh? Confusion? If you're dealing with Naga, could you look into something for me?
That is?
Well, I'm not too pleased with the, I guess, attraction to me. I mean, I just had a thought from one of them. It seemed
well,
pretty
she's dead, if it makes you feel any better.
I'm sure there's more. Listen, I don't want them around as much as you don't want them around. I mean, if we could work together to get rid of them, I'm fine with that. Just them existing jeopardizes my plans. I'd much prefer they were gone.
You know there's a ridiculous number of Naga out there, right?
I'm sure it's some kind of subfaction. I mean, if the entire Naga army was after us, I'm sure we would have been killed by now.
Look, I'll see what I can do, but I'm keeping our safety first instead of this whole cross-continental deal.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind working with you all again, apart from Bladebeard, that is.
Yeah,
If
he's
you
out
haven't-
to kill you. You know that?
He's out to kill me.
Yeah.
So, it wasn't a lie. That's troubling, but unfortunate. I mean, I have no ill will on him, but if he wants to kill me, then I guess I have to stand my ground eventually. Even though that seems like a bit of a barrier, I'm still willing to help you out if you need it. If you need my assistance, we can always find some time to meet up again. I'm not going to, I guess, ignore the aid of such strong individuals.
At this point, we've got a lot on our belts, but I guess I'll keep the offer in mind. And
Anything that might relate to me, anything I can deal with. Our fates are now intertwined, Benjamin. If I can get rid of something for you, it probably will benefit me in the future. We made a lot of enemies, of course. If there's anything I can do from where I am, I'll gladly do it.
well, I don't think so. Just for light's sake, just get rid of whatever is wrong with you before we end up killing any more people.
Whatever's wrong with me?
But
That's-
I have to explain this every time we talk. You know, you can just snap and go crazy, and then you wake up and 30 people are dead. What if it's your people you care about so much? Ever consider that?
That won't happen around these people. I hold myself to a higher standard, and I won't let such a dismal thing happen again. I mean,
Of course. Look, as soon as we can, we're going to Dalaran, okay? So if you want to get treated for whatever you have going, just go there, and I'm sure someone can help you.
I mean, I'm not against going to Dalaran, but I don't see why some kind of cure is needed. But if that will satiate whatever desire you have, then I'm willing to make that sacrifice. Just send me a sending spell once in a while. I can do more for you than you think. Bud isn't very good at responding to them, so, you know, it's up to you.
I'll keep that in mind for what it's worth.
Okay? Wait, how much do you know from in here?
Well, I know that you're still too blind to figure out that you walk around with your stepmom, but I mean, who am I to judge your family relationships? Look, that
Clarify.
box, it's so obvious. Just think of that box again. Just
Lyri will pick up the box and open it.
You find the familiar contents.
Yeah.
Have you considered how corny it is to keep someone's like hair in a box?
Well, I mean, he was my father. Of course, he would keep my hair.
Whose hair is there?
My hair, my mom's, my brother's, and this is gray. I think it might be his. I know that Battle can wear someone down.
Can Lyri feel Benjamin face palming on the other side of the world?
Since it's a telepathic connection, so it's not just words but also feelings being projected. Yeah, Lyri would kind of get the sensation, I guess, if Benjamin wants to project it.
Yes, he wants to make it very obvious.
Oh, I see what you're implying. That's
What am I implying?
You're implying that this hair is Ascurian's, which would explain her prior actions to me. And it would also imply a deeper connection between her and my father. That is what you're implying?
Yes, exactly.
That's a interesting theory that I'll consider once I'm in a safer location.
Why don't you just ask instead of, look, whatever.
Fine, I'll do it whenever I'm somewhere safe. Just don't judge me. I was asking you if you can, how much do you know from in here? I don't know how this even works. I mean, this is...
Look, it's like I sort of lived a bit from, the last few days. I don't know how else to explain it.
Okay. Well, that's interesting, I suppose. I kind of miss Bud and you a bit. There's not many friendly faces out here. I know it hasn't been long, just...
Company isn't great. I got.
Yeah, it's not great. So, don't try and kill me.
Well, I won't, but I can promise that for Bladebeard.
Okay.
Just know this: if you go void nuts again, I will kill you. Okay?
I
Nothing
like you when you
personal,
like this,
but
Benjamin. You should be like
I'm
that
being
more
serious,
often.
okay?
I'm being serious. It's a responsible thing to say. If I was you, I would do the exact same thing.
Well, I'm glad we agree then.
Lyri will give
Now, if
him
you don't
a
mind
nod.
me, I'm sure a bronze dragon is about to beat me up, so
A bronze
I'll
dragon.
keep the...
And he
Yeah,
cuts off
long
there.
story.
Let's just have it hang up in the middle of a conversation.
If that's what you guys want to do, yeah, you can
I
interrupt.
think it'd be funny.
You can interrupt the communication whenever.
Yeah, it'd be funny. I say yeah.
Zeros, do you want to have a very brief scene of Lyri walking off into the sunset, or should we abruptly switch to Benjamin?
We should abruptly switch like a phone call. It's kind of she was hung up on.
Okay. Yeah. Then, Benjamin, you return to your senses a bit slowly. I should ask, DoomGoblin, are you with us?
Yeah? Can you hear me?
Yes. What's Bladebeard been doing while Benjamin's just been staring blankly for a couple minutes?
Well, while Benjamin is distracted, I would like to pull out a dagger and slowly walk towards Moarg. No, I'm joking. So, the Naga is dead.
She has been shoved into the lakes of lava, yes.
Yeah, then Bladebeard is like, yeah, pretty cool move. Very sick.
Where are those trousers? Says Petronimi.
What?
And speaking of,
Are you alright?
would you? I think I would like to have a moment with Moarg. That's right with everyone.
Yes. Poor baby mama.
Okay.
By the way, just before that happens, we've had, I guess, Thompshire's input. Banrak and DoomGoblin, what are your thoughts on the Lyri moments?
Pretty cool.
It's what I guess I expected from her. I guess
Yeah,
What
she's
does
still
that
evil.
mean?
still. I mean, she's at least. She wasn't happy about killing, but I mean, that poor Pandaran woman.
To be fair, this is above board. In the prompt we got to Vale, she was already being tortured. I had no input in her being
Yes,
tortured.
that was entirely me, because that's, yeah, Dracius would definitely do that.
Yeah. So, it's above board.
Hanging
Lyri
out
would
with the
have.
Sun Fear.
Lyri wouldn't have done that if she had input, but she was recovering, so she didn't have any input in the entire situation. So
Yeah, that definitely happened without Lyri's knowledge or consent. Yeah. So, Moarg, as if you remember, you were knocked unconscious by Benjamin while you were in a fit of rage, and when you tripped and fell, you broke your own arm in the fall, unfortunately. But that's not where we would rejoin Moarg. I think we would rejoin Moarg on a battlefield where the sky itself is on fire, and you would see around yourself plenty of ogre corpses and plenty of demon corpses as well. And alongside you would walk the Fell Lord, and he would say to you, Moarg, I knew you were weak, unable to protect yourself.
I am not weak.
Tripped and forced to break your own arm by your own ally. How pitiful is that? Unable to even protect yourself or those you care about. From now on, I'll be taking a more hands-on approach with you. And he turns to look at you. And I imagine sort of behind Moarg, you would see the corpses of your ancestors. The ones that pop up in your mind.
No.
I am the one you'll be listening to from now on, Moarg. Bud, whatever name you want to go by. You have taken me into your own, and now I will make do with the tools that I have at my disposal.
You'll pay for this.
May I get a forceful from Moarg?
Four.
I'm also rolling something to oppose. Give me a second. But thank you for saying out loud what you got. And also please let me know if you guys see the number pop up on your ends, because it may take you might see it sooner than I do.
You got a 5.
Oh, okay. Above board, Moarg, as far as you know, your ancestors for now are gone, but due to a forceful roll, and you feel the Fell Lord sort of taking over, so to say, and we'll illustrate that by him walking in front of you and appearing to grow taller than you while you grow smaller, and he will say, "How is such a mighty vessel home to such a weak spirit? You are truly pathetic, worm. You are truly not worthy of my existence. Allow me to show you a hint of the greatness you could have. And I think at this point Moarg would wake up, Thaub green blazing from his eyes. Moarg, you remember all of this conversation with the Fell Lord, and you feel an intense rage. Rage at Benjamin for tripping you. Rage at Mera for, in your mind, causing all of this to happen. Even though Moarg may know that that's an irrational thought, that's what his mind goes to. It's rage at Petronimi for aggravating you. Rage at Bladebeard for being so irrational. Rage at the Naga Sorceress for hurting you. Rage at the Mindbreakers. And of course, rage at the Fell Lord for being so domineering. You want to hurt somebody. This is the result of both that force roll that we just did and the compel from earlier. Moarg, if you remember, compel was that you were going to kill Mera, basically. We're sort of changing that a little bit to Moarg feels the urge to hurt and even kill. The first thing he sees, especially if he does not feel personally attached to them.
Oh no.
What do you think about that?
I mean, I don't like it, but at the same time, it's interesting.
I will say, eating a demon is a very, very bad thing to happen in the lore. I think some consequences were expected, so to say.
Yeah.
Also, I will say, because this is above board information, because I will not cancel your stunts. You still have your stunt about the ancestors. The ancestors are not gone. It's just that the Fell Lord wants more to think that they are. Make sense?
Right.
So, as you lie on your back, feeling... Well, not on your back, on your side, because you landed on your arm. Feeling this incredible amount of pain in your arm that only drives you madder. I think first thing you would hear is the voice of Shallan, of all people, saying, "Are you alright, friend? Can you hear me?" And what does Moarg do? And or does anyone approach Moarg?
Benjamin is sort of still staring into the lava, processing everything. So, not immediately, at least.
Sure.
Are you saying something, Benarak?
Yeah, you.
Oh, we can't hear.
Discord. Lovely, lovely Discord.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. I was saying that Moarg or Bud was breathing profusely and seething. I don't think he would look at Shallan particularly, but he would hear him at least. But he'd be fuming right now.
Petronimi would approach Moarg because she's looking for the trousers. What does Bladebeard do, if anything?
I guess I'll check up on Benjamin.
Then let's briefly touch on that, because I think that'll be a shorter scene. Benjamin appears to be staring off into the lava, like where the sorceress fell into it. Almost as if he's daydreaming, for lack of a better term.
Everything alright, matey?
Just a headache and pants I need to change.
Oh yeah, I can feel it. By a loon.
Yes, because it's not just a normal shard, it's magical pants shard. It is very, very smellable.
Well, apparently a bunch of hordes got killed on this island. Maybe there's a blood elf or a Forsaken that's dead and wears the same size as you.
Yeah, I guess I also could watch these, but I'm not sure if they are salvageable.
I guess a gentle reminder that Argentum's spare pajama pants automatically fit to your size and are always clean.
Yeah, I'm not wearing that shit again.
Also, Shalan had magics that could clean people. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not waiting till I get to Teeironor to change my pants, okay?
Yeah, but maybe like someone else magical can do it.
Okay.
Maybe the Naga that we befriended.
You know, that's not like a great, not first impression, but like second, third. Look, whatever. That's kind of embarrassing. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
And while this is happening, Petronimi approaches Moarg and she says, "Are you awake then, Ogre?" You guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello. We can hear you.
It's being extra sensitive today. That's fun.
I'm sorry to hear. So yeah, Petronimi comes up and says, "Are you awake then, Ogre?"
Get away.
Where's the trousers? They need to be disposed of. Oh, I'm talking to you.
I don't know.
You're the... Was it you or the Hugh? Either way, you're the one last seen in possession of them. Where are they? I'm not in the mood of asking twice, Ogre.
Silence!
Who do you think you're speaking to?
I think, sadly, this would be the person Moarg would lash at.
You get the surprise attack. How do you attack this creature?
I think he would try to get up and uppercut her with his non-broken arm.
Okay, she will try to dodge out of the way. Let's see what happens.
Oh no!
Oh, I
she's
got a
dying.
7.
Why do
Oh,
you
no.
get only get good rolls now? Can you use a fate point to reroll?
I mean, unironically you can, I guess.
I mean, you can compel Moarg, or you can... I don't know. He has a lot of negatives right now.
I will not, like, try to influence the roll, so I won't, like, invoke your consequences or my own fate points to improve Petronimi's roll.
Won't she die if she takes this?
That's entirely up to Banrak. Your attack is
No.
successful, and this is her last remaining hit point, so to say. So she's at your mercy.
I feel like Moarg would be... Obviously, he would injure her, but, like, he'd also be trying to hold himself back, basically. Like, he's, like, literally... I understand the compels going on within him, but, like, I still feel like the whole Mera incident proves that Moarg is trying to fight back.
I agree, and I won't, like, try to push you with the compel, because the compel was also like related to hurting, so to say. So for that, as a sort of compromise, can I get a careful roll from you, and the higher the better?
Yes. Oh no, that's a...
What did you get?
I got a 1.
That's the most average possible roll for you. Still slightly below average in terms of, like, careful people. Good news is you're not going to kill her. Bad news is she's gonna be in bad shape. Real bad shape.
Oh no.
but she won't be dead. She just will be inactive for a while. So as Benjamin and Bladebeard, you like perhaps turn to look at the commotion, you see Moarg beating the ever-loving crap out of Petronimi's unconscious body.
Whoa. Bud, Morg. She's on our side.
What the hell are you doing? You were just dead 5 minutes ago and now you're killing people again? Just go to Dalaran. Your way to get healed.
I feel like the Fel would be like radiating from Morg more than usual.
And you'd hear the Fel Lords whisper to you, "It feels good, doesn't it?"
Get out!
The only way out is through them. And like the Fel Lord sort of standing next to Morg, and Bud in Morg's mind would like point at Benjamin and Bladebeard. But above board the compel is satisfied. So Banrank, you don't have to like go through with it on that account, okay?
No!
Are you trying to prove your weakness again? To show me once again how pitiful and unworthy the race of ogres is? The only way out of this, dear Moarg, is through bloodshed.
Get out of my head!
Fine. A respite. I will be back, nevertheless. And the form of the Fel Lord will fade away. The rage is still there, Banarak, but it will fade just slowly, not like right away. Make sense?
Yeah.
And a quick note for the future. From now on, if Moarg is in tough battles, there will be a chance for the Fel Lord to take over.
With Bud sort of having calmed down, I'll go check on the...
He hasn't really calmed down. He's calming down.
Sure, yeah.
If you go and inspect Petronimi, she's clearly unconscious, beaten to a pulp, and like half transformed between her dragon and Pandaren form. Like she has a dragon tail, a wing, but the wing is broken, and like some... It looks like her face has scales underneath the fur, and like some patches of fur are either like falling out or shrinking in between. She looks like a gross monstrosity crossover of a Pandaren and a dragon. She was clearly caught mid-transformation. She is breathing, but clearly very unwell.
She's a dragon.
Yes, we knew that, Bladebeard.
Maybe she's Kyrie's friend.
Yes. Look, help me get her up. She needs help, fast.
And
Alright.
I think, just to like satisfy what I mentioned at the beginning about my fuck up about Mera's fancy feather, I think as a sort of like error, because you guys have been messing with time, Mera will randomly teleport in the middle of this group, Bladebeard, Benjamin, and Moarg, and you, Zelris, I give you the option of starting to wake up if you'd like.
Okay.
So Mera randomly pops up in the middle of you guys.
She's not conscious, by the way.
Yeah, I guess we should grab her too.
Yeah. Is she alive? The cat girl?
Benjamin pokes her with his boot.
She lets out a massive like snot bubble out of her nose.
Yeah, she's alive.
Mera kind of rolls around, kind of stirring.
you all would hear like the voice of Shallan that says, I hope you're all alright. I think the little, I think they're of Volpera. I think she needs some rest, and your dragon. Oh no, a dragon. It's 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 a dragon. A bronze dragon. And Shallan Stone would continue repeating that.
Oh no.
Mera kind of wakes up from Shallan's annoying ramblings.
We did joke in the Discord that he might be a good alarm clock.
Oh no. Shallan looked the Naga in the eyes and got turned into stone.
No, that's just a weird rock. Can we go now, please? There's also a hostage situation in our hands, in case you don't remember.
Oh yeah. Also, why is Shallan here?
Some weird rock. Probably some Naga magic, I guess. Are you really Shallan? Or are you just a rock?
Who's Shallan?
It's a bronze dragon. It's a bronze dragon. It's a bronze dragon. The before times cannot remember the before times. Cannot remember the before times.
Who is it?
I guess we can grab the rock.
Who's Shallan?
Long story. Benjamin goes to grab the pen, see if he can find them.
Wait, you brought me here, and what happened to me?
You got knocked out, and a weird squid started sucking on your head. And
I killed the
squid, and you're alive. Yeah.
Mera kind of grabs her head in confusion and pain.
Yeah,
You're
I think that mark will stay for a while, but otherwise, it'll be okay.
And yes, you do find the trousers, the Argentum's spare pajama pants. When you grab them, they adjust to fit your size.
I don't put them on. I put them like over my shoulder.
Sure. They still adjust.
All right, let's move that.
So how do we deal with the hostages?
Let's just meet back with the others first, and we'll discuss from there.
You can use your super powerful orb to transform into the Naga we just killed.
That is an idea, yes. We'll talk about it with the others. We also have a Naga on our side, in case you don't remember, so that might be useful.
Wait, did we win?
Sort of?
Why did we go up the mountain again?
Don't worry about it, okay? Just be happy you're alive.
You were the ones who dragged me up here.
Yeah. Sort of. Yeah.
So, 2 questions. One, does anyone pick Shallan Rock up? Art by DoomGoblin, by the way.
What? Was there a question for me?
Does anyone pick Shallan Rock up? And I also added art by DoomGoblin.
Oh yeah, you cut out, so I just heard DoomGoblin.
My bad.
He says, wait, can we compound him to say, I turned myself into a rock bird. Rock Shallan. It's really funny. It's like a Reddit joke.
We can't hear you, Venark.
Yeah, we cannot.
He's like the pickle Rick of this campaign.
Do both of us need to carry the dragon? Like me and Benjamin?
Probably. It's like half transformed, right?
It is slightly bigger than usual, and Pandaren are pretty chunky in general either way. But
They're like 10 feet tall.
well, it's not a matter of height. Well, it is kind of a matter of height, but it's also fat.
And dragon things.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, you're back.
Yeah, I'm alive again.
Did you pick up Xal'atath?
I was trying to say, I think after Moorg calmed down, he would walk over to pick up Xal'atath.
Yeah, Xal'atath is still muttering, the before times cannot remember, the before times forbidden, the Dark Masters forbid it, no, cannot.
Xal'atath is so foul and disgusting.
DoomGoblin's rendition is a lot cuter.
The one you made was awful.
But in a good way.
Yeah, it was the one time I thought, okay, maybe something like even more, what's the word? Not depraved, but like cursed. Yeah, cursed than the stuff Zelris sometimes does. And then Zelris, you'd said something that was even more cursed than I'm not going to repeat.
Yeah, we're gonna repeat that on this show. It's a PG show.
Mm-hmm.
But all I'll say is I would totally rock his world if you get what I'm saying. But
give me a second, because I'm writing something down. Okay, so Moarg picks Xal'atath up. Xal'atath is still whimpering to itself. Do you guys proceed down the mountain?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First things first. When you like reach the spot where the vault is, you won't see any of the NPCs like hanging around there. They presumably have all gone downstairs, for lack of a better term. Though you do hear some activity in the vault itself. Do you go there?
Well, I guess we can peek in.
Yeah, maybe we can leave the wounded dragon there.
Sure.
No.
Which case unironically, if you had left the Petronymi there, and if I somehow had like the ability to like really edit models, you know what happened to like Hodier's proto-dragon when he got captured in Storm Peaks? Like the quest line?
oh, it turned into like a robot.
Yeah, pretty much. It
It got like armor or whatever.
yeah.
They basically just turned it into razor scale.
Yeah, that's the name I was looking for.
Would she then like obey Bladebeard as well?
Likely.
Yeah, let's leave her there.
But then Kyrie
No,
would
you're
kill
not
you.
doing that.
And this isn't something you guys know. This is above board. Yeah.
But she'll be safe there. We still have a bunch of Nagas to kill.
But either way, when you peek inside, you will see the two iron dwarves sort of hard at work, like poking at consoles, and they like repeat stuff to each other in a language you don't understand. Bladebeard would get that they are saying to each other, elemental status seems nominal, and various status reports. And in the vault itself is also Helza, the Naga sorceress, just like inspecting everything and taking magical notes and just being in awe at everything.
Can you heal Snake Lady?
No, I am an arcane caster and a scholar of Titan artifacts, not a healer.
Where did everyone else go?
They are at the barricade to, hold fast if the Naga decide to attack. I'm not there because, well, it was decided that it might complicate things if the other Naga see me. If you want, I can come there. I'm sure it'll be amusing, to say the least, but...
Right, you remember how your mistress or whatever mentioned that she'd be the one to leave the order to release the hostages.
Right. I wasn't really privy at all of my master's plans, but right.
Well, she's dead and crazy, so she can send that message to release them.
Well, she's always been crazy. I'm not sure what the issue is.
Well, more crazy. Point is, the hostages aren't released, so we need to safely get them back somehow.
Well, like I said, Benjamin, you just turn into her and you say, like, we are all friends now. We share the same goal. And, tell her something like, we need to continue with the mission and go somewhere else.
And when the other Naga turn to depart and they expect my disguised mistress to go into the water with them, what happens then?
We tell them that she has other business.
Unlikely story. By the way, she's like half paying attention to you guys. She's still like inspecting the vault itself.
What if you are the one disguising yourself, go with them, and then when they are far enough away, you return?
Well, my absence would be
noted. Do you
noted.
think you could?
My absence would definitely... Well, the mistress's in my shoes absence, rather, would definitely be noted, and Lord Zarek would definitely come back for you. He's the vengeful type, Males are like that.
Then, since you know all these people, do you have any insights on what we should do?
The mistress was not kind enough to inform us of her plans after she would have dealt with you. I suspect she expected me and my siblings to fall in the line of battle, as is her usual wont. So I don't know entirely what she was planning. I'm sure she must have given Lord Zarek a password, or perhaps a hidden indicator that when this happens, it means you have to release the hostages, if she ever intended to release the hostages.
Are you sure?
No.
Well, do, Naga usually have a sense of honor or something? Like, we defeated your leader, we've proven ourselves better, so leave with your lives, or something like that?
Not in that sense, but I suppose if the mistress gave out the instruction of, upon my death, release the hostages, Lord Zarek would be the foolhardy type who would follow along with that order, but I don't think he's the type to say, oh, you killed my mistress, so you are the more respectable one. Males are kind of, No offense, dear.
Right. Okay, so back at square one. Any other ideas, aside from just going down there and talk normally?
Well, again, if you tell Lord Zarek and provide proof that the mistress is dead, there is a chance he will release the hostages. There's also a chance he'll murder them in cold blood. I'd lay 50-50 odds on that. The mistress was an odd one.
Alright, she kind of fell in the lava, so not much in the way of proof.
Well, your lives are proof. The fact that you're alive are proof. Is proof.
I guess it is. But, Bladebeard, what do you think?
This metal is fascinating.
I'm gonna ask the spirit in my head what he thinks. I'm gonna use my stunt and ask him, what's the easiest way to get the Naga to release the prisoners? And anything goes, even lying.
Okay, because you use your stunt, I will be truthful is not the right word, helpful, I guess. Anyway, the voice in your mind would say, the misguided prophetess nevertheless employed a failsafe. Tale of her demise will be sufficient.
Oh, that's simple. Alright. We just tell them that she's dead and they'll fuck off.
You hear the voices too,
Alright.
do you? Says Helza, as she's still like inspecting the metal, not really looking at you.
Aye, currently too.
Is that why you can command these iron gentlemen? Oh, this construct really is fascinating.
I believe I was born with it, with the ability to control robots.
If that's what you'd like to think, dear.
Are you coming then, or are you staying?
You're asking her, I'm guessing? Well, I am honor-bound to serve and assist you, so if you wish me to come, I will. She doesn't say that with like a disappointed tone or anything like that. She seems like, oh yeah, let's go if you want to.
Well, your help would be appreciated, so if you wouldn't mind.
Do you think it might sabotage your negotiations if Lord Zarek sees me?
I mean, on the contrary, maybe to make us look more believable, maybe.
Are you like next in line of like leadership? If she dies, you're in charge.
I wouldn't. This isn't a military hierarchy. We are not on an official mission from the Queen, blessed be her name. No, we are. If the mistress dies, I think, more or less go our own ways.
It would be very useful to convince a bunch of Nagas to be on our side.
Lord Zarek would never agree to that, dear. He'd sooner gouge his own eyes out. You know, males like that.
I'm starting to get an idea that Naga males are very extreme. Okay.
Lord Zarek more than many of them. They are brutish, though. I think you can say that.
Well, all right then. Let's.
What does this button do? Presses it, and an alert pops up on one of Hrogi's screens. Hrogi presses some other buttons and says, "Please do not touch the displays without the Prime Designate's permission." Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, maybe we should get going.
Sure. Let's just leave the dragon here.
No, I don't think that's a good idea, Bladebeard. I think we should get her down and find her help there.
All right.
Are you leaving your iron friends here?
Yeah, we can come back for them.
All right.
And is Helza coming?
Yeah.
Okay. Then, as you guys proceed, I almost said downstairs, but you know what I mean. Give me a second to find my notes. And also to move around some of the backgrounds. You all would, as you climb down the mountain and approach the barricade, you will see your people and the ogres like preparing themselves for the worst. And beyond that, just a horde of Naga. I thought I had the other map ready, but I guess I don't. Never mind. And in front of that horde of Naga is the titular Lord Zarek that I will put on screen in a second. And behind him is Joseph, Benjamin's father, and Chef Clunk. Before you reach the hostage, the barricade itself, you will see Vera and the Kvoldir are sort of standing more to the side and clearly keeping a watch on the Horde people. The Horde people, when they see you all return, they raise their weapons and salute and let out cheers of... In Orcish, they yell out cheers for your victory that only Moarg would understand, but you get the gist. And yeah, I think many of your named NPCs, with the obvious exception of Guren, would approach you and ask, what happened? Did you win?
Yes, we were victorious.
So, are the canals safe? Says Rufus.
What? What canals?
Shut up, you dolt, says Linda Krem. No, what are we? Is the hostage situation gonna? Who's this? Look points at the sorceress and she says, greetings, little mortal. I've agreed to join your endeavor. And Linda Krem looks at Bladebeard and says, is this for real?
I'm not sure. I'm very detached from reality right now. I can hear a rock speaking.
I guess I did the recruiting, so I'll be responsible for her, I guess.
Oh, don't treat me as if I'm a child, you silly little male. And...
you're a Naga, so I guess, people might distrust you, so, just to be safe. Just for a while.
Well, says Linda Krem, someone snuck in while you all were busy, and she would say to Moarg's ogres, I guess, well, bring him in, and you all would see this figure that I'm putting on screen right now. Do you all see him?
Yeah.
You could have tossed him into the water, but okay.
And he is holding in his arms Bladebeard's cat.
Aha. Cat and bug. Glad to see you're fine.
Yeah, was a close shave. I'm tired, says the cat. Put me down. No, not until we're safe, little fella. Sorry. You good, Bladebeard?
Yeah, pretty good.
Can we leave the talking for later? Maybe we should, handle the hostages first.
Yeah, stinky pants.
So what's the plan, says Linda Krem.
We're just gonna tell them that we got their leader and to release the hostages.
Vera will say, no, it sounds like it will backfire.
Well, the Naga lady said that, if we went up there alone and if we won, they'd release the hostages, so...
I mean...
Well, hopefully they'll do that.
No offense, but do you take the word of a Naga for granted? I am offended at that,
I mean, do you
says
see
Elsa.
any...
Go ahead.
Look, there's really no other way. If we charge in, they die. So we might as well try to talk first.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Your concerns are noted.
Also, Bud, please don't attack anyone. We are all friends here, alright? Are you good?
Please give this dragon some help if anyone knows any healing magic or whatever.
I'm confused about what's going on here.
I think everyone is.
Okay. Mera kind of collapses.
So is there any healer or not? Above board.
Bobo, no.
First aid?
They all like awkwardly look at each other and at their like feet, shuffle awkwardly. If it's just first aid, then the old orc Jonathan would like walk forward and say, "I know a little bit." Hand her it. What in the name of the ancestors is this creature?
A dragon.
Haven't seen any dragons like these.
Yeah, she's on our side. Don't worry about it too much.
That's not what I'm worried about. It's if I make a splint for her broken wing, do I need to tie it to her shoulder or her arm? But will that break her arm when she... He looks at you with like
I don't know. Maybe you should like keep the panda parts attached to panda parts and dragon parts to dragon parts.
Seems as good as good a plan as any, I suppose.
All right. Thanks. I'll go handle the
I think-
situation.
I'm sorry, but there is one NPC who would like to talk to you. I'm sorry. And I think
Okay, sure.
yeah, I'm sorry, but it would happen. She would come up behind you unexpectedly and like grab you and like what's the word when you like take someone's head and put it in your like armpit, you know what I mean? Like a chokehold? I'm not sure what to call it.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know the name, but I see what you mean.
Yeah, she grabs you
Like
like
a headlock?
a headlock. Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you, Zelris. That's the word I was looking for. A headlock. Yeah, she grabs Benjamin and will like attempt to put him in a headlock and say, "You're back, victorious, and why do you smell like that?" She'd like release you.
I keep walking.
I'm talking to you, human. You don't ignore a Corcoran captain.
Afterwards, I'm on important business, okay?
I decide what's important here, not... And Junafum will probably like put a hand on her shoulder to like grab her, and he'll keep her in check, basically. So what do you do?
Alright. I kind of climb on top of the barricade to like get the Naga's attention.
In front of the barricade, you see Goran staring down the Naga, preparing to kill anything that comes forth, and hundreds of Naga corpses in front of him.
I walk up to Gurin.
Is anyone with Benjamin?
Yeah, I'll come as well.
More, Mera?
Where's he going again?
He's going past the barricade towards Goran.
Mera won't do anything because she passed out.
I'd say Morg would lumber behind slowly while holding his head.
Once again, you see Goran standing in front of a pile of 100 corpses, not paying attention to you guys approaching him, because his orders were to keep Naga away.
Well done, Gorin. Nice job.
Aye. Killed Naga, says in Dwarven.
I'll turn to the Naga and say, "Your master is dead. Release the hostages."
You see like a visible, like, almost shudder if all the Naga were like one body would go through them, but like a sudden burst of activity as they like discuss with each other, like, is this true, blah blah blah. And Lord Zarek would probably walk forward to meet you, and Guren would also walk forward to kill Lord Zarek.
Hey, wait.
But
Yeah, I was about to tell him something. Why did you stop me?
go ahead. Really.
No.
Okay.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was just telling you to stop Gurin.
10,
Oh yeah,
9,
Gorin, I say
eight,
Dwarven.
7.
Stop.
Gurin stops
Come
in
back.
his tracks. Turns around almost robotically and walks back. Lord Zarek raises a proverbial eyebrow at this.
Not now, Gorin. Maybe later.
Aye. Lord Zarek approaches you, would stop maybe 3 or so meters away, and he says, "Explain, surface dwellers."
She's dead.
We are victorious. We slain your erotic leader.
Fuck you, DoomGoblin. I'm joking. He will say, "Prove it."
She fell into the lava, but if it's any proof, she's missing an eye and she's blind in the other. I don't think she'd remove it willingly.
I will never understand the mistress's fixation. But it seems you speak truth then. Very well, I will honor her last wishes. Are there any of the free sibling coven that live?
I believe that's none of your business.
I suppose it's not, surface dweller. Very well. I hope we never meet again.
Likewise.
And without saying anything else, he will turn back and leave. And in a couple minutes, because this will be withdrawing like an army of thousands of Naga takes a bit of time, as you can understand. But with a couple minutes, the Naga would go underwater and depart, leaving Joseph and Chef Clunk safe and sound on the beach, unharmed.
I'll go check on Benjamin's death.
I love the way he worded it. But anyway, I think he'd rush towards you and hug you, given the circumstances.
I kind of push him away. Later. But, are you okay? Did they hurt you?
No. Well, obviously, when you're surrounded by 30 of them, you don't really think of resisting, so they didn't really hurt us.
All right. Well, that was very close.
What happened to you? Did you fight a bunch of savage monkeys? And they threw
worse.
Their stuff at you, or?
I'll go handle that. So you stay put and safe, and I'll be back in a bit.
I think.
And Benjamin, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead, because I was gonna.
I'll just say that Benjamin will go off to somewhere private to watch his pets.
Without prestidigitation magic, it will take you a while. Unfortunately, because
Can we get?
It'll take me what, sir?
a while.
Does his does his stresses get healed or not?
All of your stresses and consequences will get healed at the end of the session, at the very least.
Okay.
Because now that you've finished the quote-unquote dungeon, you've reached a significant milestone, so you've quote-unquote leveled up. Even, again, it's not the right term, but you know what I mean.
Is that the one where we get +1 in an approach?
Mm-hmm. And your level 6 consequences will go away, which is particularly relevant. What I was going to say was that I think Chef Clunk, the other hostage, would approach Moarg. Is Banrak with us?
I'm here.
Chef Clunk would say, sorry, Moarg. Snake's no good for eating. Have scales. Not good for cooking. Didn't try.
It's okay. We find other things in ocean to eat.
Your arm look bad.
Broken.
Should make splint hold place heal good. Yes. Nourish should know. Yes.
A Budzug is there.
Yep. Above board. They've been staring at Mera in an uncomfortable fashion, but keeping their distance.
Oh no.
A keyword is keeping their distance.
Yeah, but I know what they're thinking.
Yeah, I should probably go see Nourish. He good for healing broken bones.
Yes. No, Nourish once healed a bad tummy. Yes, good shaman. Well, not good shaman, apprentice shaman, but will be good shaman, maybe. Yes. Maybe. Probably not. Well, maybe. Go see Nourish before doubts come in, yes.
Oh, go now. Thank you.
Mera will begin to wake up and see Bud approaching the ogres. And she will listen in on the conversation.
Moarg approaches the ogres, and they would all come to greet him, and like they would come to like bear hug him, because big victory, it's their chieftain, and they'll yell out their battle cries. But unfortunately, they would also be bear hugging Moarg's broken arm. Banrak, what do you say to this?
We can't hear you again. Damn. Poor Bannerang.
Yeah, it's these things happen. Let us know.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi.
We hear you.
Can you ask that again?
So, when you approach the ogres, Morg, they all like rush in to like congratulate you on your victory. They go in for like big bear hugs and like cheer Moarg's name. Unfortunately, a big bear hug and a broken arm don't mix well.
Yeah, I'd say Moarg would at first embrace it and then kind of like grunt in pain, Roy laugh.
I also imagine like when the ogres hug you, a lot of them like they hug you real tight, and then they break the hug, and you see that your spikes have stabbed them in various places, but they don't care.
Yeah, I mean, they're not lethal spikes, I guess, for them at least.
Yeah, for an ogre, yeah. I'm slightly surprised Benjamin made it unscathed when he hugged Bud, but yeah. And Nourish would approach and say, "A good victory, Moarg." Yes.
Yes. No, I busted my arm during the fights.
Let me take a look. My father's father, he fixed your ma's arm when it got broken. She said, never fought with it better afterwards. Or maybe she killed him for doing bad job. Don't we remember?
She was a strong warrior. Raised me well.
Yes, she was. And you are her most worthy successor, yes.
Thank you, Nourish.
And above board, Nourish would do a pretty good job at patching up Moarg's arm, because when you guys reach a significant milestone, your level 6 consequences will also go away, so Moarg, you will feel better, okay?
Okay.
What's everyone else doing?
I would like to return to the Iron Dwarfs.
Yeah. You would return to them? Alone or?
If anyone wants to come, they're free. I guess Bladebeard will make clear that he's going there.
Would anyone go? Well, Gurren will obviously go with. Bug will ask, so, what do you want me to do with this? Points at Cat. Well, holds up Cat because Cat's in his arms.
Just make sure it doesn't run away before we get on board.
Sure. When's the last time you took it to a vet? Think it's got worms.
What's a wet?
Oh. I'll take care of it, don't worry. No. Well, actually, Rufus would probably say, because he's that type, he'll say, yeah, I'll come with, Captain. Have you found something that will help us with the minions?
Yeah. Maybe. We'll see.
Is it a device that can detect Draenei when they disguise themselves?
No, I don't think so. We'll see, I guess.
Okay, you lead, I'll follow. So of the NPCs, only Rufus and Gurren will follow. Do any of the player characters follow?
Yeah. Any players?
No, Benjamin's still washing his pants.
Alright.
Morg, I'm imagining, is getting patched up. Does Mera intend to follow?
Sure, Mera just kind of follows Bud around.
A Bud or Bladebeard, because we're talking about Bladebeard.
Oh no, she follows Bud, not Bladebeard.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So, Bladebeard, you are accompanied by Gurren and Rufus. And they're not really the talkative bunch. So unless you say something to talk to them, you would arrive at the vault undisturbed.
Alright. Are Hroggy and Brick there?
They would, because I think you left them there, yeah?
Hey, you guys. Iron Dwarf.
Prime Designate. They both stop whatever they were doing and turn to salute you. Rufus says, whoa.
Yeah. Our new crewmates. Hroggy and Brick.
They're not like Draenei, are they? Do they?
No, they are robots. Dwarf robots.
Do they have like those little things in their head that tells them what to do? And Hroggy will say, we do have mechanisms that inform our cognitive dissonance, yes. And Rufus says, Captain, I think this is a trap.
No, I already dealt with their kind. It's fine. They're very good.
Hroggy will say, detecting an elevated heart rate from the subject next to you. Do they need taking care of, Prime Designate? You ain't taking care of nobody, says Rufus.
No. We are all part of one crew here. We are all family. No one's attacking anyone.
Yeah. Family, says Rufus. Except for that fox servant of the soulless maidens of orthodoxy. Yeah, family. Yeah. Brig will say, do you need assistance, Prime Designate?
Yeah, can I speak with the volcano? With the spirit that's imprisoned here?
Communication is possible, affirmative, although you will have to do it through a translation software, unless you speak Kalamag, says Hroggy.
I do not. Does it speaks common?
Unknown. We have never tried to communicate with it in common.
Alright. I guess that will be the first thing I'll ask.
Please follow me, Prime Designate, says Brig.
Lead the way.
Rufus will say, I'll wait for you at the entrance, Captain. I'll keep gathering evidence. Alright?
Alright.
Yeah. And Brig would lead you to a console with a bunch of buttons. Not really anything that would like indicate to Bladebeard what they do, but Brig would press some numbers to them and eventually would say, "You may speak now, Prime Designate."
Ahoy there, Spirit. Can you hear me?
It is reluctant to speak with you, Captain, but it can hear.
I am the new... And he looks at the dwarves. Prime... What again?
They tilt their heads. And Brig would say, "Would you like to choose a new title, Captain?" Not Captain, Prime Designate.
Oh yeah, that. I'm the new Prime Designate.
Ugh. You are a fool claiming something you don't know. Leave me be. You've tortured me enough.
No. That wasn't me. That was the previous guy, I guess. I'm the new guy, and I was thinking that maybe I should free you.
Free me. I wish to rampage, little Prime Designate. I wish to bury these islands in ash, unless the ogres keep feeding me sacrifices, they call it. As if that actually does anything. It's entertaining.
So, you don't want to be freed?
Of course I wish to be freed, and I wish to enjoy myself. I've only given you a warning.
Alright, so... That's your deal? If I free you, you're gonna just kill us all?
I will rampage and unleash myself on this island, bury it in lava, unless the ogres, or whomever else calls this island home now, provides me with dearest sacrifices. It's so entertaining to watch mortals squabble.
Well, alright, here's what I was thinking. I could free you, but I would need you to promise me that you would help me in my quest.
And that is?
Well, there's a bunch of stuff, but the most immediate one is I would really need to catch up to a ship that's on the sea. We have a ship here, but it's not that fast. I don't know if you can make it faster. I know you're not a spirit of the sea, but I don't know. Is that something you can do?
Yes, it is within my purview.
Can I somehow sense if he's lying or not?
Give me a careful and I'll oppose with sneaky.
0.
Give me a sec to roll. 5.
5. All right, great. So you can...
Give me a second because I think OBS might have frozen. Okay, yeah, now we can continue.
Oh, great. You can make a ship go faster.
It is within my purview.
All right.
Us elementals, I can speak with the water ones or the wind ones. Boost your sails. It will be an easy enough task.
All right. Yeah, sounds good. Usually spirits, when you free them, they offer you 3 wishes, right? Is that the deal? Can I ask for 2 more things?
There's a pause, because this is the most bizarre question the elemental could have been asked, and it will say, speak. I make no promises, but speak.
Yeah, well, besides getting to the ship, I also need to, kill almost everyone on that ship. And I think you would be very helpful in that. There's one person I don't want to kill. A a female dwarf there, but everyone else like can burn in hell for all I care.
Yes.
And the third thing, you see, there's this elf girl that I also want to kill. So if you can help me with that, burn her as well.
The one the Naga witch was screaming about?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Done. Simple enough to grant.
I want to compel Bladebeard.
Alright.
I want to compel you face Bladebeard, Pirate Lord of Blackwater Raiders. You know, he's sort of the captain of this new crew, and he's been traveling with Bud and Benjamin for quite some time. And he knows that it would create more animosity if they knew Bladebeard was planning to kill most of everyone on that ship, so he plans to handle it by himself. Just him and the elemental, and leave them, ignorant of this whole mess.
So your compel is that like Bladebeard should go alone with the element?
If you intend to actually do this and go to the ship and kill everyone, you would do it alone, yes, and not tell anyone about it.
But you would be on the ship, on the Horde ship.
That I wouldn't. That's the compel, or anyone for that matter. Because, I mean, if he's a fire elemental with magic powers, he can push the ship with just you on it, or anything.
Well, I would like other players to be with me while we are rescuing my mother.
Rescuing in gigantic air quotes as you are taking her away from where she wants to be.
Yeah, and the elemental's gonna set fire to the ship and everyone's gonna die, you know how it goes. And then he'll kill everyone, and he'll kill us.
And then he'll go void form and kill everyone on the ship.
I will not take the compel.
Okay, I will remove one of Bladebeard's fate points. As is tradition.
Alright.
Moving back to the scene at hand, the elemental asks, "Is this a deal?"
Yeah, sure. Krogi, Brig, you can free this gentleman. Also, by the way, can you speak common?
Are you asking the elemental?
Yeah.
I speak this, the language of the Firelands, and I can understand the paltry beggary of the ogres when they speak in their crude tongue. If that is common, then yes.
I know the ogres have their own sort of language. I'm not sure if they speak with you in common or ogre. But if you can't understand me, I guess I can just ask Bud to translate. He knows ogre, probably. He is one.
No response. Not like the elemental knows what that means.
Alright. You can release him from this prison.
Releasing the imprisoned fire elemental prime designate, says Krogi.
Yeah.
They start tapping away at consoles. Brig says, annulling failsafes. And Brig will say, releasing last containment. And after a couple more seconds of just bundling away, You will hear from like the translation matrix, yes, yes, I am free, and the entire mountain would start to rumble.
Yay!
And back where Benjamin, Morg, and Mera are, you would feel this intense earthquake. And you would see smoke start spewing from the lava, from the mountaintop. And do you see like hints of lava coming from there?
I think it's time to go.
Where's Bladebeard?
Back in the prime designate chamber, for lack of a better term, Brig will say, it appears that the elemental has unleashed a eruption, prime designate. It appears to be bent on burying this island.
Hey, that wasn't part of the deal. You need to help me move the ship.
There is no deal with mortals, fool. Flee while you can. And translation software will catch on fire.
Is it supposed to do that?
Negative, prime designate. Shall I grab an extinguisher? Says Brig.
I think we should run.
And
So pack up your things and let's go.
yeah. Hrogi and Brig don't really have much to pack up, so to say, other than themselves. So they would ask, do you need us to bring the raw materials, prime designate? That will require several carts, do you call them?
I don't think we have time.
As you wish, prime designate. And they would, you all would rush out. Meanwhile, what's going on with Benjamin, Moarg, and Mera?
Benjamin will be quickly putting his pants back on and screaming for everyone to get to the horde ship fast.
Mera would also be screaming and running to the horde ship.
Morg would order all of his ogres to start running to the horde ship.
What about the Blackrock ogres? What do you say to them?
The orcs?
No, I mean the Dark Rocks. That's what they call it.
Above board, can we fit on the ship, everyone?
It would be tight, but technically yes. But it's not just the Dark Rock ogres, because as you guys are running, the like scattered gnome survivors from Gilligim also start heading for the horde ship.
We can't understand them, so we throw them in the water.
I mean, they're small. We can put them like on the ogre's shoulders or something.
I'm just
That'll
picturing
save space.
I'm just picturing the ogres like eating them.
Trampling the gnomes.
No, I'm picturing them like going on the ship with them, and the ogres and the gnomes are just silently sitting next to each other, and this ogre just randomly picks one up and eats them in one bite.
like a nice chicken nugget meal.
Yeah, like a chicken nugget. Chicken nomit. I don't know.
Man.
No.
Yeah, maybe. As probably that happens not necessarily on the ship, but as you guys are running, maybe there like a gnome runs past an ogre, Dark Rock or like Gorduni, doesn't matter, and the ogre just like casually picks it up while it's running and starts munching.
Yeah, I would say Moarg would try to get the other ogres that aren't even his on the ship if they're visible.
Oh, they're heading there anyway. They're heading there anyway.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
Everyone's heading there. Okay, good.
Yeah. So
This is horrible. This is actually like
This is all Bladebeard's fault.
this is an eradication of the cultures of like two different civilizations. This is horrible.
I thought he was friendly.
DoomGoblin, did you actually not expect the elemental to do this?
I mean, there was like 50-50 chance, I guess.
Fair enough. Okay. So, I think the horde people would get there first because I think they would be heading for the ship anyway.
Like, did they leave the dragon behind?
Who?
I mean, all ogres can carry it.
Junatum was taking care of the dragon. Yeah, I think what would have happened is Junatum would have like performed first aid on Petronimi, like put a splint on her and all that, and then when Captain Rocca says let's head for the ship, Captain Rocca and the Grim Totem would have gone to the ship. This is before the eruption, by the way. They were going to the ship. Junatum, just above board, he wasn't intending on leaving you all behind. He was just assuming, oh yeah, we're gonna go ahead to like get the ship ready. So the Horde people are there first.
Alright.
Who, as to what happens to Petronimi after like Junatum like sets her down against a rock, that's anyone's guess, I guess.
Well, I mean,
Oh fuck, Benjamin, you just done spine rushes. Benjamin, you just done right now. Find where she is. We are not letting this dragon die.
We are not. Do I see her? Or,
Well, I don't think you would see her where you are. This isn't me being a dick, but like you went to the water to clean yourself. She would be like more in the mountain pass. Good news is Bladebeard and Hroggy and Brig will come across her.
Okay.
I mean, sounds like bad news considering how Bladebeard's been this like last 5 minutes.
But yeah, all I mean is that I'll be keeping my eye out as I'm running.
So I guess.
And for any stragglers in general, I guess.
So I think Horde people will get to the ship first, so they'll be safe, for lack of a better term. Next up would be Benjamin, probably. Then the like good fortune volunteers minus Rufus. Then Moarg, probably, and Mera, I guess. Then the ogres. Then the gnomes. And then, is there anyone left? Oh, the Naga. The Naga will arrive at the same time as Moarg and Mera, I guess. And Bladebeard, Hroggy, Brig, and Rufus would be last. As like the ship is already swarming with gnomes and the like native gnomes and ogres and all that. And Captain Rocca says, we have to drop anchor and go now. That volcano's gonna blow.
Aye, aye.
So Bladebeard, when you were running in your haste and you saw Petronimi lying unconscious there, what would you have done, if anything?
Yeah, I'll tell Gorin to pick her up.
Give me a second.
And if he can't do it alone, I guess iron dwarves can help him.
I guess you don't really have an approach about leaving people behind that I can compel. So, no, Gorin will be able to seamlessly pick her up and run. The only issue is that Gorin is very, very slow in general. So maybe someone will need to pick Gorin up.
Alright, then all four of us. And what's his name? The conspiracy theorist.
Rufus.
Yeah. Yeah, we can all help him.
So, right as the volcano's starting to blow, the ship is overflowing with gnomes and ogres, just like hanging on for dear life, trying to get on board. How would you guys have been dealing with that, by the way?
I think Moarg would try to help anyone up.
Even though there's like no room for them on the ship?
Oh. I didn't know we were at a room. Shit. Oh.
Benjamin, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, well, I don't think Moarg would be able to do anything.
Mera's in no like condition or ability to like keep people on or off the ship, so she was just kind of Actually, can I use one of my stones to like get people off who are just like being baggage?
Yes, of course you can.
Can we have like a big wave come up and like sweep some of the gnomes off? Maybe
Yeah.
Mera can fall over from like the splash. I don't know.
Oh yeah, definitely. Though before you do that, I should ask, do you need me to remind you all of like the order of who arrived on the ship first, etc.? So maybe you can say, okay, at this point, no more visitors or whatever.
First, Benjamin will try to like squish through the crowd to see if his dad is safely on board.
Your dad would have come at the same speed as the Good Fortune volunteers minus Rufus. So he'd be before the gnomes, but after the ogres.
Okay.
He would be on board, but very squished. So I guess, do you, again, want at any point to, like, try to drive people off, or do we, like, go with Zelris' plan of, like, Mera's bad luck taking effect? What do you all say?
Yeah, I don't think Benjamin will kick people off.
Yeah, I don't think Moore would kick any of the ogres or people off. He'd be keeping his ogres on. So, like,
Sure.
if any of his ogres were like falling off, he'd grab them, and pull them back up, or something. You know.
Mm-hmm. Fortunately, the ogres arrived before the like overcapacity happened, even though they're a big reason for it. So, as Bladebeard, Hroggy, Brig, Rufus, and Petronimi run on the beach towards the ship, Bladebeard, you see that it's overcrowded. It almost looks like it's sinking with the like weight that's on it. What's your plan?
Can we still get on it?
Well, there's a lot of other people who are still trying to get on it, mainly gnomes. What's your plan?
It's gonna be hard to... Yeah, the guy's also made of iron. I was thinking of maybe like getting into water and swimming and then climbing onto ship.
Alternative, you can charge through, I guess. You have to like big iron dudes.
Yeah, I also have Guren. He could like make way. Sure, I'll tell Guren to like make a way for us. Push the people in front of us.
Yeah, Goren will start like tossing gnomes aside, throwing them wherever. Rufus will try to do the same thing in imitation and fail miserably, but still follow along. And I will take that to mean you sacrifice the gnomes so that Bladebeard, the Iron Dwarves, Guren, and Rufus get on board.
And the dragon.
I honestly forget. Yeah.
The dragon is being carried. I was sort of assuming she's there.
We
Yeah.
just like to make sure because you try to kill it like every 5 seconds.
Sure. Either way, so I guess this means the gnomes will be left for dead as everyone else sails off into the distance. Correct?
This is evil. This is straight up evil.
It's all Bladebeard's fault.
The genocide of the gnomes.
They fulfilled their mission. They came on this island to discover some secret artifact, and Bladebeard did that.
Well, their parents and grandparents did. These gnomes not so much. But sure. That's one way of looking at it.
At least the gnome he locks inside will survive the volcano blast, I guess.
I mean, if that were the thing, if that were possible, I think the gnomes would have preferred running onto Gilligim rather than onto the ship, like onto the southern island.
Both islands will burn.
Yep.
Good job destroying 2 native populations. Bladebeard.
And our
Thank you.
future HQ.
Yeah, our future big base.
And as Bladebeard as Bladebeard gets on board, and like the ship like is already moving by the time Bladebeard and company get on board at the like last second, you will all hear from the mountaintop, "A curse upon you mortals! I return to the Firelands with glee, knowing that I have killed all of you," as fireballs like start rushing from the volcano and towards the ship, narrowly missing every time.
Hey guys, I think that the volcano is going crazy.
What did you do?
He did something.
Nope, nothing.
The Prime Designate ordered us to release the volcano's elemental spirit, says
You
Rogi.
did what?
He what?
Why?
I thought it was friendly.
Okay,
Why?
someone
Fire.
tossed him overboard.
The Prime Designate required assistance in
Shut up!
No. I want to hear. I'm curious.
I'm going to mentally tell.
They will follow your order. They'll follow your orders. They'll follow your orders. Don't worry.
I'll tell Rogi mentally to say that the elemental broke free like on its own.
Can I get a flashy from you? Because telepathic communication is kind of weird. Like you've never really done that to like someone else that's external, if that makes sense.
Didn't I do it with Frignir?
Well, and that was kind of a different thing. And like Frignir and you already had this telepathic bond. It will not be a difficult flashy roll. Like I will require a difficulty of 0. So
Flashy.
Mm-hmm.
2.
Yep, you communicate. What do you wish to communicate?
Him to lie and say that the elemental broke free on its own.
Brig will then say, "Correction, the elemental broke free on its own."
You're not fooling anyone, I'm sorry.
The elemental broke free on its own, says Rogi.
We're gonna have a talk very soon, Bladebeard.
Why would you try to break it free?
No, it's broke free on its own.
The elemental broke free on its own, says Rogi.
Shut up.
But you believe me.
I don't know anymore.
This is bad.
But I saved the dragon.
Oh, good job.
The elemental broke free on its own, says Brig.
Yeah, you can.
But,
we
but you can toss those two in the water.
no, the dragon is a friend.
Oh, those two aren't dragons.
Oh, they are dwarfs.
So I should throw them overboard.
Yes.
No.
By the way, above board, there were 2 other people there who may serve as witnesses, Gurin and Rufus. You haven't asked anything from them.
I
Rufus
mean,
wasn't there. He was at the gate.
It was a small room, DoomGoblin.
Morag will ask Benjamin again if he should throw those 2 off. He's not sure.
no, let's make sure everyone's okay, and then we'll see if we toss Bladebeard overboard.
We're running out of a lot of room here.
I've noticed. And we have no food, so that's great too.
Oh, great. We're just gonna resort to cannibalism?
I gave that up for you guys. I have to go back. You know how long I took ogres not to eat this stuff?
In the interest of efficient energy preservation, we would recommend beginning with the large humanoids over there. Points at the ogres.
Or maybe we can fight the elemental. We can retake the island.
No, we're not gonna fight like a god of fire and destruction.
We
not
fought the
gonna-
god of snakes.
I mean, why would someone Why would someone release a fire elemental? That's
The elemental broke free on its own, says Brig.
Yeah, they are professionals. Listen to them.
Shut up.
right.
Good time to wear those pants.
Look, we need to make landfall as soon as possible so we can get some resources and not have to resort to eating each other.
Can we still throw the iron people overboard?
Maybe later.
They did want us
No,
to eat the
do it now.
ogres.
If you want to do it now.
They are suggesting to eat my ogres.
The elemental broke free on its own, says Brig.
Yeah, we get it.
I'm gonna break you free on your own. Get out of here.
Above
Hey,
board,
come on, bud.
above board, I think Bladebeard caused a little bug.
I don't think Moarg Moarg is different like these iron dwarves. This is just a continued trend, apparently.
Sure.
Come on, guys. We need to stick together. We are all in this together.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I hate your Iron Men.
Well, I hated Lyri. And did we throw her overboard? No.
Look, but I hate to say this, but as soon as we make landfall, we'll probably have to kick out some of the people on the ship.
Okay.
The elemental broke free on its own.
And the people we have a lesser connection to is the ogres native to that island. Will you be okay with that?
We wouldn't have to make this sacrifice if circumstances were different. I don't know.
As long as it's not my ogres, I'm not happy with it though.
Look, we just can't say like this. I can barely move in this ship. It's not sustainable.
A fireball almost lands next to the ship.
How many
Speed seems to
ogres
be
are there, Darkhawk, by the way?
20, more closer to 30.
Then buds are 50-ish, right?
20.
No, 20.
20?
There's more dog bark than birds.
Yes. And it seems that speed might be important because the volcano is aiming fireballs at you and barely missing.
Why did we rescue the dragon again?
The elemental broke free on its own.
I'm gonna mentally tell the dwarf to stop saying that.
Stop saying that.
Okay, Bladebeard, you go see if there's any mage on the ship that would like, I don't know, make some wind or water magic to go faster.
Imagine if a mage can make the ship just fly away. That'd be pretty convenient.
And I'll go tell whoever's steering that we should make landfall very soon, otherwise we'll all die of hunger.
I guess one step at a time. Bladebeard, can I get a careful from you to see if you can find a mage?
Sure.
And also, Benjamin, can I get a force from you to see if you can push your way past the crowd?
-2.
2.
With a -2, Bladebeard. I mean... I think, whatchamacallit. Yeah, Hroggy and Brig will probably be able to do it. They're like magic iron people. If not Hroggy and Brig, then yeah, definitely Vera. She seems magic.
Alright.
I mean, I guess she sort of is.
By a stretch of the definition, yeah.
I mean, she was brought back to
Yeah,
life.
I know.
Magic.
It is, yeah. I guess Vera would approach you, Bladebeard, and say, well, this is a mess.
Yeah. It could be worse. We are still all alive.
Well, not really. Points at her jutting out bones.
Well, you are alive.
So...
Undead but alive.
I mean, I can kind of breathe underwater. So I can maybe, like, swim to Stranglethorn. That'll take me, like, I don't know, a month of swimming. What will you do?
Why would you swim to Stranglethorn?
I mean, this ship ain't gonna last much longer. Not with points at a fireball that narrowly misses the ship. That going on.
So you're saying that we should fight back with our cannonballs?
No.
Why not?
I don't think that would work. Above board, this is the first time you've ever seen Vera be flabbergasted.
I mean, the elemental spirit is also alive, which means it can be killed.
She blinks at you and says, right, I forgot. Drinks are that way, Mr. Bladebeard. Go play somewhere else while the adults make the decisions. It's okay, we can handle it.
Alright. I'm gonna go and find the captain. Raka.
And speaking of, Benjamin, you managed to force your way to the wheel where Raka is steering the ship, very determined looking, and you see her just like, as a gnome just wanders around, she chucks it overboard casually. Do you approach her?
Yeah.
Not the way I expected to go, but what can you do? Here to give me a goodbye kiss?
No, I was just asking where you're taking us to, assuming we don't sink and die.
Away, in the only direction I can take us in. The ship was pointing northeast when it docked, so I'm taking us northeast, at least for now. Why, you have business on that forsaken island? I'm not letting you jump off.
No, I just mean that we need to make landfall very soon, because, well, the ship is full and we can't feed everyone. So,
We're days away from the nearest landmass. We'll be dining on ogres, you and I. Don't you worry.
okay. Well, you keep on driving safe, okay? I'll get back down.
Bladebeard, can I get a forceful to see if you make your way past the crowd?
2.
You also would make your way past the crowd. I think you, as Benjamin says that, Bladebeard would arrive on the scene.
Did you find a mage?
No.
Then why are you here and not looking?
There's no mages.
Of course there is. We brought a Naga mage on board. At least that should be there should be one.
And above board, towering over everyone, is a giant Kvaldir that Bladebeard has not noticed.
Is she a mage?
She casts like fog spells and she helps ships go faster above board, so yeah.
I was asking in character, by the way.
Then Blade, I don't know, I don't think Bladebeard would know that, and Raka would say, don't trust their sorcery.
Well, if she can make us go faster, I'd rather trust it than, go down.
If you can convince her, go ahead, darling.
Hello?
What did you say above board?
I just said hello.
To the Kvaldir lady?
Mm-hmm.
She turns to you.
Can you perhaps make us go faster, please?
Blinks at you.
Bladebeard, is this a language barrier or something?
I ask, can you speak Dwarven? In Dwarven?
Looks at you.
Sorry, I already used my stunt today. Or in this session.
Benjamin will point at the sails and make like a pushing motion.
Can I get a flashy from you? And please say out loud what you get. The viewers won't be able to see.
0.
She
Is that
will,
enough?
she will try to shove you sort of playfully, like not like she's actually playing, but like, oh, do you want us to shove each other sort of thing?
If I were to invest a fate point, would it be successful?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll do it. So, and I'll invoke. I'll invoke Veteran of the Northern Campaign. Sometimes we had to be silent, so we had to rely on hand motions and things of the sort, I guess.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Communicate the idea to her, and she raises up her arms, probably accidentally flinging another gnome overboard, and starts channeling a spell. The ship is immediately covered in dense fog. Fireballs still like range all around you, but the ship is covered in fog, so it's harder to hit, and maybe it's just you, but it seems like it starts going faster.
Is it working?
Well done, Green Lady.
She continues
Benjamin
channeling.
will give her a thumbs up.
She will repeat the gesture, but probably use the wrong finger. Not knowing what it means, I guess.
Fair enough.
She does not seem to be rude, I guess. Rocco will say, whatever you told her to do, beloved, I think it's working.
Alright, great. Let's go back down and figure things out, Bladebeard. Fast.
Alright.
You would return, I'm guessing, to Moarg and Mera?
Does this ship have a below deck or something like
Yeah.
that?
It's also stuffed.
I'll try to look for something to row with.
Give me a careful but be a difficult roll.
A 2, or if my stun applies, a 4.
A 4. Unfortunately, because it is difficult
I'll use another
circumstances.
fate point. It's I'll invoke. Traveling sorcerer. I guess sometimes you have to make do in hard situations, and I've been around places sometimes, so I guess
Sure.
I still am efficient looking for things.
Sure. Yeah, you'd eventually find emergency oars, so to say, built for like pretty strong people to oar with, so you can't really ask the gnomes for help. Not that there are really many left on the ship, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to coordinate with Bud for him to give them out to his ogres so they start rowing.
Row, my people. Row with these.
I don't think there's any roll required. That would be easy enough to accomplish. In the end, you all would narrowly, but still, escape Lapidus and Gilligim as you make your way to the northeast, at least for now, shrouded in fog. And I suppose it's better that we deal with the aftermath in our next session? What do you all think?
Makes sense to me.
So,
Yep.
not the way I expected this to go.
No shit.
And
Well,
I was I was kind of happy when DoomGoblin started asking the elemental, hey, if I let you go free, would you blah blah blah, because I knew the elemental was gonna try to destroy everything.
The run keeps getting delayed.
it's not gonna happen, Thompshire.
It has to.
Also, congrats on Bladebeard for potentially outranking Lyri in the Innocent Deaths murdered. I don't know how many gnomes there were, but I mean, there seemed to be a shit ton.
Bladebeard's already done that, because if you guys remember when the Lapidus dungeon, for lack of a better term, started, Bladebeard began the encounter by encouraging all the gnomes to charge into their deaths. So those deaths already mostly happened. Bladebeard's already ahead on the leaderboard.
Oh wow!
Not sure how that compares with Bud leading tens of cripples to their deaths, but you know.
I mean, at least the cripples had something to believe in, you know.
He tried to get them to stop too. So
The Bladebeard thing was just based on deception. There was no great goal behind it.
I mean, Bud literally wanted them to fight for their lives so that they could live, and then when things got shitty, he was like, oh, guys, let's leave. This is bad. Retreat. And they didn't listen to him, so...
Yeah.
Still bad, but,
Anyway, guess we're not staying on Lapidus and Gilliam.
Yeah, I didn't want another golden skull.
Oh, that's why Bladebeard did it.
Well, you've made another golden skull by destroying an island completely and sinking it, so...
That's true.
We can teleport to Area 52 if you want.
No.
Let's not go back to Netherstorm.
Not even Lyri's on Outland. That would be nothing.
I'm just saying that we can.
There is plenty of stuff going on in Netherstorm. It's definitely become an active war zone since you guys were last there, as we've seen in the flashback, but yeah.
I mean,
Also,
why would they even want to go
Teeironor-
there?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
DM mentioned that I could use my stunt to summon another pirate friend, while we are on the sea.
Mm-hmm.
We could have another ship come around.
I will say that I do have stuff planned out for when you depart Lapidus and Georgium, but yeah, you can also use your stunt.
Yeah, we can come across another ship. A friendly ship.
This is horrible. This is not going to go well at all. They're going to be cannibals or something like last time. We are never catching up with the good fortune. It's so over.
It's so ogre.
It won't be after you have to eat them all to survive. Like rabid animals.
Yeah, it'll be something. Well, actually, the ogres will all motion to eat Mera first, funnily enough.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. Either way, I guess let's take things in order for what happened this episode, because lots of stuff happened. First things first, I guess, thoughts, everyone opinions on the Lyri flashback.
I liked it. It was cool.
Yeah, I love blood elves.
I
Yeah.
do too.
I mean,
So
she's on
anything with blood
Pandaria.
elves. Yeah, I love Pandaria and blood elves. So
I mean, that's an improvement right there. You go from nasty old Outland Netherstorm to Pandaria. That's like a cruise ship, basically.
I mean, you guys should come to
I
Pandaria.
mean, but to shield so death and destruction in Pandaria, do you really want that?
It's already gonna happen there, so and that's on Garrosh.
I guess. Yeah, Garrosh will get to the Veil of Eternal Blossoms and it's already super voidy and filled with shine. It's gonna be like,
You know what?
okay.
That's the real reason. Lyri just points him in the right direction. They're just walking by, and Garrosh is like, "Hey, have you noticed anything voidy nearby?" And Lyri's like, "Oh, just right over there."
Speaking of which,
if Lyri jumps into the well, would the same thing happen?
No, she's not Yashiro.
I'm just picturing Garage picking her up and throwing her in there.
I'm also wondering thoughts on Lyri's actions, I guess, because we went through a lot of things.
I mean, she's being surprisingly thinking out her actions, for a lack of a better term, I guess.
I'm curious, does Benjamin intend to tell the tale of what he experienced?
Not to Bladebeard, and not now at least.
Okay. I am curious, what would Bladebeard think on that note?
Not much.
Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty firm in his views. I don't think anything will change.
It's gonna be like, okay, cool. Set sail for Pandaria.
Yeah, he already knows where she is. She was on Outlands. Now she's somewhere south. The other things were just, I don't know, details. Not really important. I guess that there's a group of Blood Elves that don't like her.
They also don't like you guys, but it's strong in the Mana Forge, so I don't know, something to keep in mind.
Yeah. I guess next thing on the... Well, actually, I should ask, any opinions on, like, Lyri's companions, if not Lyri herself?
The Sun Fury?
Yeah.
I like them.
I mean, we knew most of them, aside from the...
Jurassic?
Yeah, I got his name already.
Well, like, with the Sun Fury, I don't know, there's barely any Blood Elves in this campaign, so it's nice to see Lyri doing Blood Elf things.
Yeah, I mean, if Lyri stayed our friend, we'll probably go to Silvermoon and stuff.
I mean, that was gonna happen, but...
And it would be the miraculous return of Twinkles.
And, in fact, Lyri is still the friends of 3 out of... not 3, 2 out of the 3.
Friends is a very strong term for me.
Wow, does Benjamin not think that much of her?
I don't think so. Not at this point.
Wow. Lyri is quick to forgive Benjamin.
Yeah. I do have plans, obviously, for the Faultian people and also for, I guess, Lyri's future misadventures, but that's something I will discuss more so with Zelris, of course. Speaking of Zelris, since we sort of left, I guess, on a cliffhanger-ish, could you tell me what Lyri's intentions are, and then I'll go into, like, what happens? So, like, and then you tell me, like, what does Lyri do again? Does that make sense?
In DMs?
Yeah, in the DMs, yeah.
Okay.
And obviously not right now, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, the conversation with Benjamin went better than I thought it would.
Same with me. You guys were surprisingly amicable.
I think it's just because Lyri is big amicable and Benjamin just kind of chill with it. I guess.
That's one way of looking at it, yeah. Next, what happened?
The dragon being beaten up by Morg.
Yeah.
Oh, Morg's ancestors. We should talk about that.
And the whole interaction with the Fell Lord and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs therapy. Very much so.
Who doesn't?
He needs, I forgot her name, Rava, the Narrow, to heal his scars.
He needs a therapist ancestor to walk him through his feelings. His great granddad was the aide of the Imperator and had to listen to him moan all day. That's the backstory.
Banrag, what do you think? What are your thoughts on the events going on with the Fell Lord and all that?
It's sad and terrifying, but it's also the stakes I think that were kind of needed with Moarg since he ate the Demon Lord. I think that it further proves that he needs to go to Aaran and get that checked up or removed or whatever before he loses himself, I think.
This is just me spitballing, but I think what will happen is I sort of imagine Moarg, best case scenario, will sort of end up like Mera, the like mage character that's like involved in the Medan comics and all that with Kafranatir.
Yeah, I could see that.
The one that has a Dreadlord inside of them, yeah.
Yeah, can we explain that to our viewers who don't know who Mera is?
Well, he shows up in Legion, so I thought that was sort of more...
Oh yeah, but I don't think they touch on the... I guess they kind of do.
Yeah, Kafranatir is the main villain of the mage storyline, but...
Yeah, they do.
Either way, Mera is he's like one of the founders of the Council of Tirisfal, who became an undead due to magic, not because of like the Scourge. And in the ancient past, the Council of Tirisfal defeated this dreadlord called Kafranatir, and they imprisoned it within Mera, which I guess is very Naruto-like now that I think about it.
Yep.
And the Kafranatir breaks free a couple of times. It's read the Medan comics, I guess, or don't. They're, the Medan comics. But yeah, either way, next thing that happened, I guess, would be the hostage rescue. I don't know if there's much to say about it. It went well.
Yeah.
And next was, I guess, Bladebeard's decision to free the Elemental.
Hey, he rolled
Insane.
a 5. He rolled a 5, I rolled a 0.
I have no comments. I'll just refrain.
I mean, the paradox of trying to kill everyone on a ship apart from one person is a bit on the nose. I don't know.
That's right.
You're becoming what you
think
swore to destroy, Bladebeard.
Even if it wanted to, I don't think it has the finesse to kill everyone except one person.
You're becoming exactly what you swore to destroy.
Above board, I as the DM, when that scene happened, I was sort of in the mind of the Elemental, I could not think of a way, genuinely to have the Elemental follow Bladebeard's wishes.
Oh yeah, I think that was clear at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fiery fire element,
Yeah.
so they don't kind of... You can't contain fire, really. Once it gets out there, it's out there,
Though, funnily enough, it kind of caused its own destruction with the sinking of the islands, because, they'll be in water and all that.
Yeah.
Well, not like he thought much ahead. Other than lying to Bladebeard, I guess. Yeah, the escape part was obviously a little bit ad-libbed. I think if I was tempted to say, well, let's call off the session there and have the escape happen next session. And if we would have done that, I would have had a whole encounter ready, obviously. But I think it worked well-ish enough the way we did it. Sort of ad-libbing it.
Yeah. Also,
What's up?
Having to spend a long time escaping, I think, would be unfortunate because I don't know.
There's other stuff to do.
I have a bad feeling that if we were escaping a full session, it would go really bad. I don't know. It's just my intuition, I guess.
I think, yeah, it would have gone really bad, but probably not for you guys, but for everyone else around you. That's just like my intuition as a dungeon master, I guess.
You know, Lyri's in a better situation than you guys, which is kind of crazy to think about. It's not really usually that scenario.
Like I said, like before 2 sessions, I believe that's what makes Bladebeard angry. She killed a bunch of people, and now she's fine. She's free.
But Bladebeard created this bad situation, so...
Yeah,
It's the reason people are dying.
I mean...
So yeah, but when Bladebeard does something bad, he gets punished, I guess. Unlike Lyri.
I think he only got punished because people found out
The
about
thing
it.
is, Bladebeard never learned his lesson.
And
I
Lyri
mean,
does.
to be fair, I mean, I don't think they learn lessons. I think they kind of do what they do knowing that it's bad. I don't know. Like, at least in Lyri's mind, like, oh, Stormwind doesn't matter because it's not Quartermass, so she can just kind of go crazy there.
You're right, Zelris, and I do kind of wonder. This isn't like a critique, but just like a genuine question. How much does Bladebeard value the lives of those close to him? Because obviously, criticize Lyri all you want, but Lyri does feel loyalty to the blood of who call for loss, and to a lesser extent, you guys. But how much would Bladebeard be willing to sacrifice to save someone else and not himself?
He cares about his crew. He cared about Spellbeard and John.
True.
Do you care about the crew or just the idea of the crew?
The crew.
Also, this isn't a critique of Bladebeard's character, just like a genuine
This is
question.
an in-depth
Yeah, and he
exploration. of
saved all
Bladebeard.
the ogres twice.
That's true.
He saved
twice.
He saved Bud and Lyri a bunch of times.
Oh yeah, he did say the ogres twice.
No,
I forgot about the Netherstorm scenario.
Bladebeard has definitely done good things. No question there.
I feel like he gets too wrapped up in his emotions. I don't know. If I was Bladebeard's therapist, that's what I would tell him.
I guess that's a good way of putting it.
Can Bladebeard know a therapist friend so we can get Bud some therapy as well?
I think Bladebeard's therapist friend was the... what's the name?
The one who's making drugs?
Yeah. You read my mind.
So.
You read my mind.
What, Troon, whatever his name was?
Troon, yeah.
At some point,
I was mostly thinking about the names of the drugs. Sorry, go ahead, DoomGoblin.
at some point, I made a joke that his therapist was a cannibal. I was kind of referencing the Hannibal show.
I kind of remember that. You making that joke?
And that he got arrested.
I mean, yeah, Bladebeard stunt doesn't mean underlying criminal ally, so we do need to keep that in mind.
Oh yeah. They're a therapist, but
he eats people.
But
Well,
he doesn't pay his taxes.
I don't know if like, sure, we can go with the like he eats people angle, but that's already the case for like the nice lady who sells food for Bladebeard's cat. She also eats people.
Yeah.
Wait, we forgot the homoerotic thing. Can we bring that up, please? I just want to make sure we
Can we
don't
not?
forget it. Oh, okay.
Oh God, I'm sorry for that read.
It was way too funny.
It was pretty funny.
That was brilliant.
It was great. It was great. You don't have to apologize for anything, DoomGoblin. We all revert to the mind of like a grade schooler sometimes. No worries.
Yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad it happened. It was a very funny moment.
I agree.
What else happened?
Well, I think that's more or less it because we went chronological. Unless there's like any of the
Yeah.
minor moments you guys would like to highlight.
Were there any minor moments that happened? I guess I don't know, but talk to his ogres a bit. It's really important. I'm glad we didn't kill Rocca, and I'm glad I compelled her to fall in love with Bladebeard Benjamin.
I'm also glad that happened.
Because that seems pretty useful right now.
Yeah, she'll keep at least one of you alive, yeah.
Yeah. And it also makes her more fun to be around, so whatever.
Yeah. Oh, I guess if anyone cares, here's a minor thing that happened. Thoughts on the fate of Garuk, the former talking skull.
Oh yeah.
I hope he turns up again.
I hope he turns up again as well, but I mean, you get why I wasn't going to save him, right? I mean,
yeah, venturing into a war zone is, yeah.
Especially when you have like a demonic, like hit piece out on you. It's like, no, I'm not doing that.
That's a good way of putting it, yeah.
Also, like, I'm not sure it's like explicitly mentioned, but they were like adapting to Lyri. Like, an observer came that was like analyzing her and shit. So they were just gonna get more and more OP. So I was like, no, I'm not going out there.
We didn't go into as much detail as maybe we should have, but yeah, what the assassins that came were the like invisible imps, then the observer like analyzing Lyri, which we didn't really go into. Then
yeah, but I mean, there's no reason to go into it. Just
then the fell hunters that almost killed Lyri, and then the gigantic void terror that was like actively interfering with her void powers.
Yeah.
I think if Lyri would have remained in Netherstorm, because I was planning when me and Zelris were talking about stuff for the void terror to be the next thing to show up. Yeah, I think many of the Sun Fury would not have made it if Lyri would have stayed in the Netherstorm. But
yeah,
that's not what happened. We're in a different timeline, and that's where
I came up with a ingenious solution. Just because I knew Hearthstones could be modified, and I was like, wait a minute, we have this Hearthstone.
She definitely did.
It's broken now, so you know. Oh well. I plot devised all I could, but I plot devised too hard and it was broken. So the consequences of my actions, I guess.
Throughout the Lyri side arc, there were 2 times where I felt like it would be best to roll dice. One was the attempt to mediate with the reliquary, which you guys saw what happened. The other was the how the Hearthstone ritual would proceed. And for that, I rolled a d20, and I got an 11, which is like the bare minimum of a success. So that's the reason why I was vague with the destination and had the Hearthstone break at the end.
Both of them weren't like amazing rolls, you know. I prefer that, you know, the Hearthstone thing worked than the reliquary, because, you know, if the Hearthstone didn't work at all, I'd be kind of, you know, it'd be Lyri captured arc.
Yeah, quite likely. The next time you would be on Azeroth would be in the Badlands, facing judgment from Golgamash, which would be kind of fucked, but yeah.
That was one of the options as well, to like take the Sun Fury to Golgamash. I was like, no, I don't want to go back to him.
To be fair, I did not like say, oh yeah, that's Golgamash's place. I just gave a vague description that you successfully inferred.
Yeah. They were like little riddles. And I figured out the Veil one, so that's why I chose it, because it was one of the ones I knew for certain.
Yep. Just for context sake, some of the other choices were like Karazhan, like Koldara, like pretty much a bunch of places throughout Azeroth where like ley lines are said to converge, or they have like a weird magical significance. Do you guys have any questions about what Lyri's been up to that we can talk about before next session going mum again?
Yeah, before the mask goes back on, and you have to send her sendings like a normal person. Oh yeah, is Benjamin even considering that? I hope he does.
No, I guess, yeah.
Based, okay. Blood is really bad at texting, he's like a mom.
More just types and emojis.
My mom sends me like jokes she found on the internet that are like dad jokes but mom jokes. So I can sort of
Blood
seem
sends
more
like
like that.
240p iPhone memes.
I get that.
I am hypothetically, this came to my mind. If Bladebeard and Moarg had the ability to use the sending spell and they knew like everything that entailed, who they sent to, I'm curious. Just at least for like the first off.
I believe we already talked about it. I said that Bladebeard would like troll people. He would be like, "Yo, I'm a prince from Zandalar. You need to send me a bunch of money and then you'll get rich."
What about his girlfriend who's, potentially dead?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess he would check up on people.
His goth girlfriend.
The girlfriend that Benjamin and Bud left behind.
I mean,
We were being chased by Fell Reavers.
Yeah,
You should
yeah,
have been there.
excuses,
You should have been there.
Yeah, I just saved all Bud ogres.
God, I love the Neverstorm saga. It was just so crazy funny.
I did not
We're not
like
going
how-
back though. We're not going back.
If I swear, if we ever, this is what's gonna happen. We're gonna get all the way to the Legion campaign, like during Legion expansion, and there's gonna be Fell Reavers all over Azeroth. And
It's funny in retrospect, but during the time it's like, oh god, I don't want to be split up again in Neverstorm.
That's how I felt.
Yeah.
Understandably so. So
Morg.
yeah.
I mean,
Morg would message Shalon probably first.
oh yeah. What about do you know any Gorduni people from Diamol he can talk to?
Yes, but he doesn't know if they're still there.
I mean, you can try.
I mean, Banrak, of the people we talked about in private, like obviously you know about them, but does Morg know about them?
Yeah, that I feel like it's kinda, but not. I don't know. Like, I don't think all of them, obviously. He might know one of them because he remembers his mom, but that's the only one I'm maybe on. But depends on if Bud can remember.
I think since like a few sessions ago, Junatum the Old Orc mentioned a certain name, maybe Morg would start remembering bits about that individual, but I don't know how close they were to that person.
Right. I don't think he knows them very well.
Yeah. Either way, something we
He's-
can...
Bud's an enigma. I mean, I feel like all the characters are kind of enigmas. I want to like know more about them.
To an extent, yeah.
They should just monologue their backstories for me. I'd appreciate that.
I would be down for that. What can I say? Either way. Do you guys have any other thoughts for our viewers before we go into our shoutouts?
Yes. We will be updating our things because we have a milestone, so
Yes,
expect that.
please do, because you all have hit a significant milestone, so you all get to put points.
I will send
Yeah.
you Mera's and also Lyri's, considering I think she's like going to be 2 points ahead of where she was when she left.
No, I think just one, I think.
No, because she left and then we immediately got a milestone afterwards.
You're probably right. I don't remember, but you're
Like,
probably
I'm
right.
pretty sure the resolving of that issue, I'm pretty sure, was a significant milestone, like the episode she left. So-
I think you're right. The like best thing to check is to like add up all the numbers, like how
Yeah. We
and-
can just calculate the total and then see if it's equal.
yeah. But we'll talk.
Yeah, either way, I'll send you both.
Sure. So yeah, also for everyone else, do remember to update your character sheets before next session, please, with your extra point and everything else that a significant milestone entails, which also means that all your stress and consequences will go away. So any other thoughts for our viewers before we go into our shoutouts? Going
Not
once?
from me.
Going once, going twice. Okay. Well then, thank you once again, dear viewers, for watching and listening to us. Let's see what these people are up to. Starting, apparently, according to the dice, with Zelris. Zelris, could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you are doing?
Hi, my name is Zelris. I make stuff online, which means on the web, which means on the World Wide Web, aka YouTube and Twitter, because no other websites exist anymore. You can check out my stuff at the links on screen. Stuff will be done when it's done, so keep an eye out for like next year or whenever I finish anything. And yeah, that's where it'll be posted. So cool.
Do check Zelris out. She does very awesome stuff. Thank you once again. Next, according to the dice, we would have Sir Thompshire. Thompshire, could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you're doing?
Sure, you can find me both on YouTube and Twitter as Sir Thompshire, where I post renders for this campaign as well as other random renders. And in my YouTube I post machinima very rarely, but well, I'm working on something, so it'll be released eventually, hopefully.
Awesome. Do check Thompshire out, and thank you very, very much. Next, according to the dice, we would have our birthday person, Banrak. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you're doing?
Yes, hello. I am Benarek. I played as Bud. I was the birthday boy of yesterday. And,
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, because Banrak cut out. Did he cut out for
Yep.
anyone else?
Yeah,
Yes.
his birthday cheer was too much.
Is he still in chat?
Yeah, he is.
Give us a sign whenever you get back, Banrak.
hello, I'm back.
Hello.
It's cutting, it's being funky right now, that's fine. But as I was saying before I was cut off, yeah, yesterday was my birthday, and I've been busy trying to get videos done, trying to get this machinima done. I work on WoW stuff. I do stuff on YouTube and Twitter, and you can find me on there. And hopefully the videos will be done when they're done. But it's taken a bit, and hopefully it'll be done, and I can give you guys content.
Yep. Do check Banrak out. For context, his birthday was on the 9th. So, yeah, that's what you should keep in mind, dear viewers. Thank you. Next, we would have DoomGoblin. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you're doing?
Yeah, hi. I draw stuff. I'm still doing that challenge, Kaijun, where I draw a bunch of giant monsters every day. Or I draw one each day, but a bunch of them in a month. And yeah, I also sometimes draw other stuff.
I don't know if it's the most recent one at this point, but fairly recently at least, you posted one of your kaiju, and in your like tweet you don't look this thing up if you are like easily disgusted, but what you did post was disgusting.
Oh yeah. I believe someone commented like you should put like a warning for this kind of phobia. With I guess people who are afraid of a bunch of holes or something like that. I don't remember the name.
I guess that's a phobia. I'm not judging. I guess it can be, yeah. Shame on you, DoomGoblin, I guess. Either way, your art is great, and I hope you continue the Kaijun challenge.
I will.
Do check DoomGoblin's stuff out, and yeah, thank you very much once again. And I was your Dungeon Master, Game Master Teeironor. I do this series. It's a lot of fun, as you can see. I also do another series that's set in a homebrew universe with a different group of lovely people. That is also a lot of fun. By the time you're watching this session, last episode would have been about one of our players not understanding what the word phallic means, which was a very fun episode, I should say. So do check that out. Other than that, thank you once again, dear viewers, for watching and listening to us. Should be back next week, but as always, I'll keep you all posted on Twitter if, for whatever reason, we have to delay an episode. And we will see you when we'll see you. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
See you.
Bye.